Welcome back, brothers, to Abalor. Tonight's story, the Death Corps is clashing with the Death Guard. As always, before we get to the madness, be sure to like and comment any videos and topics you want to see in the future. Be sure to subscribe from up here. And I thank you guys for the support. Y'all been killing it. Now, let's get to the madness.
Rain fell upon listening post Kappa 17 with the patient malice of an executioner. It struck the corrugated iron roof, hissed against the armor-glass vision slit, and ran in greasy streams down walls built from ferrocrete, timber, and compacted dead men. The water was not clean. Nothing upon Othris Secundus had been clean for generations. It carried furnace soot from Hive Volcaran, chemical residue from the manufactorum districts, and pale flakes of ash from crematoria, whose chimneys had not ceased burning since the first mobilization orders. 6 soldiers of Krieg waited beneath the rain. They sat shoulder to shoulder within the narrow observation chamber, greatcoats dark with damp, steel helmets lowered, rebreather hoses descending from expressionless masks. Their Lucius pattern laser guns rested upright between their knees. Every weapon had been stripped, blessed, inspected, and reassembled before the watch began. Bayonets remained sheathed, but their locking rings had been cleaned of mud. No one spoke. The rebreathers clicked in unison. Draw, filter, release. 6 respirators breathing as one machine. Beyond the armor glass, the world existed only in fragments. Artillery flickered behind the fog. Each distant detonation revealed the wire for an instant. Black coils stretched across the mud like exposed intestines. Shell craters shone with stagnant water. Dead laborers lay where they had fallen, while digging the listening post's forward sap, their bodies already sinking into the trench wall. Trooper Karth, the Auspex operator, watched pale lines crawl across an aging display. "Seismic contact," he said. Watchmaster Drexel turned his masked face toward him. "Classification: indeterminate, 1 contact, slow advance. Bearing." Karth read the runes again. "Northeast approach, beyond the second wire." Another soldier reached for the field telephone. Static crackled through the receiver. The cable had been buried beneath 6 feet of earth and armored conduit, yet the storm still found its way inside. Drexel raised one gloved hand. The 6 rebreathers continued their measured rhythm. Draw, filter, release. Then came another sound. It rolled through the fog with no urgency, too deep to be artillery and too deliberate to be thunder. A bell. The note was low enough to vibrate inside their teeth. Rust trembled from the roof supports. Mud shivered in the cracks between the floorboards. The bell sounded once. Silence followed. Then came the flies. At first the noise resembled rain against canvas. It swelled until the observation chamber seemed surrounded by a single vast swarm. Wings scratched at the armor glass. Tiny bodies struck the vision slit and burst, leaving black smears that slid slowly downward. Karth adjusted the Auspex gain. 1 contact confirmed. Drexel lifted his laser gun. "Record." The Vox operator depressed the transmission stud. Kappa 17 to command relay. Unidentified contact. Infantry scale. Possible sonic weapon. Biological indicators present. The bell sounded again. Drexel drew his bayonet and locked it beneath the lasergun's barrel. The others followed. 6 blades clicked into place. No alarm sounded. No prayer was offered. No man asked what approached through the fog. They took their firing positions. The first shape appeared beyond the second wire. It was too broad to be human and too tall to be mistaken for any soldier born of an ordinary womb. It advanced without haste, each footfall sinking deep into the mud. Corroded plate enclosed its body, once ivory perhaps, now stained in layers of green, brown, and old blood. One shoulder guard had split apart beneath pressure from within. Horns of yellowed bone protruded through the metal. Chains hung from the warrior's breastplate, carrying sensors that leaked oily fumes. A swollen backpack rose behind its shoulders. Brass pipes emerged from it like diseased arteries. Flies crawled over every surface. The figure reached the wire. It did not climb. It walked through. Barbs scraped against its armor, coils wrapped around its legs. The warrior dragged the entire obstruction forward until iron posts tore from the mud and vanished beneath its tread. Drexel waited. The range marker beside the vision slit dropped. 100 meters, Karth said. The warrior's helm turned toward them. One lens glowed a feverish green. The other had shattered long ago, leaving a dark cavity packed with larvae. Fire! 6 laser-guns discharged. Red beams struck the figure's chest and shoulders. Armor blackened. Corroded plates cracked. One shot punched through the broken shoulder guard and burned into the flesh beneath. The warrior did not falter. Again. A second volley struck. A third. The air filled with the sour stink of scorched meat. Karth shifted to the post's heavy bolter. He pulled the charging handle, brought the weapon onto target, and depressed the triggers. The heavy bolter roared. Mass reactive shells crossed the distance in a stream of incandescent sparks. The first detonated against the warrior's breastplate. The second ripped away the lower half of one pauldron. The third entered through the damaged chest armor and exploded inside. Rotten ceramite burst outward. The wound beneath should have been mortal. Ribs showed through the torn plate, huge and discolored, bound together by cords of black tissue. Something moved behind them. Coiled organs writhed around one another, slick with pus. Pale worms fell from the cavity and vanished into the mud. The warrior looked down at the injury. Then he raised his weapon. The object had once been a flamer. Its fuel tanks had swollen into translucent sacs, veined with black capillaries. The nozzle resembled a brass maw lined with teeth. Drexel saw it rise. Transmit contact classification. The Vox operator bent over the set. The plague spewer vomited. A sheet of burning filth struck the listening post. Armor glass dissolved in a heartbeat. Ferrocrete cracked. Liquid fire flooded through the slit and washed across the chamber. It did not burn like promethium. It clung. It crawled. It sought gaps in greatcoats and mask seals. Trooper Hessel took the first impact. His coat vanished in a flare of green flame. Flesh peeled from his hands and face beneath the mask, sliding from the bones in wet strips. He remained upright long enough to fire twice more before his fingers fused around the trigger. Karth screamed when the heavy bolter's ammunition feed ignited. The explosion opened his abdomen and drove links of burning belt through the men behind him. His intestines spilled across the floorboards, writhing in the plague fire as though still alive. Drexel's mask lenses clouded from within. His rebreather filled with something warm. The Vox operator was on his knees. One arm had been burned to black bone. He clutched the transmitter with the other, pressing his ruined mask against the mouth grill. The Death Guard warrior entered the post. His bulk filled the breach. Bolter wounds smoked across his body. Exposed organs pulsed behind shattered ribs. Flies poured from him in clouds. Drexel charged. His bayonet struck the warrior's gorget and snapped. A gauntleted hand closed around his helmet. Corroded fingers crushed steel, skull and rebreather together. Bone fragments burst from the mask's lower grille. Drexel's body spasmed once and fell. The Vox operator heard the bell for a third time. He transmitted one word. Astartes. The plague spewer fired again. The transmission ended in static. Across Othris Secundus, the word traveled through buried cables, relay towers and command bunkers. It passed beneath fields where millions of men waited in trenches deep enough to swallow armored vehicles. It crossed rail junctions crowded with troop transports and ammunition wagons. It entered the vaulted chambers of Command Bastion Mortis, while artillery tremors shook dust from saints carved into the ceiling. The Kharan front stretched across more than 4,000 kilometers of ash plain and industrial ruin. Trenches crossed it in layer after layer, from shallow rifle pits to fortified defense belts linked by subterranean railways. High Volcaran loomed behind them, a mountain of iron inhabited by billions and crowned with furnace stacks that turned noon into twilight. Beyond the hive stood the Morning Crown. 9 atmospheric processing cathedrals rose around Volcaran at impossible distances from one another, each a city in its own right. Their engines forced breathable air through the poison sky. Their towers pierced the cloud layer, vast ribs of iron surrounding turbine hearts older than many imperial dynasties. The administratum claimed that more than 1 billion military personnel, labor conscripts and servitors had been committed to the defense of Othris Secundus. Hundreds of millions served upon the Karan front alone. The numbers were never correct. Men died before their names entered the ledgers. Entire penal battalions vanished in mine clearances and remained listed as operational for months. Servitors were counted as equipment in one district and personnel in another. The Munitorum measured strength in regiments, tons of ammunition, and kilometers of earthworks. No ledger measured screams. Shell factories beneath Volcaran worked without interruption. Ammunition trains rolled out through the western gates, carrying earthshaker shells, laspaks, and drums of promethium. Corpse trains returned along the eastern lines. They were always heavier. Marshal 407. Vare listened to the final transmission without moving. He stood before a hololithic projection of the forward zone, gloved hands resting behind his back. His greatcoat was grey, his breastplate blackened by old chemical burns. A skull-faced rebreather concealed him entirely. Around him, command officers murmured into Vox units, while scribes updated casualty tables. Servitors stamped orders onto waxed paper. A bank of field telephones rang continuously. Commissar Severin Voss stood at Vare's shoulder, in a black storm coat and polished breastplate. Unlike the Krieg officers, his face remained uncovered within the filtered command chamber. He was broad-featured, close-shaven, and still bore the appearance of a man accustomed to being recognized. The transmission replayed. Astartes. Static followed. Vare studied the map. Confirm listening post Kappa 17 destroyed. A signals officer answered. No further contact, Marshal. Mark the position compromised. Alert the 143rd Siege Regiment. Withdrawal from the unfinished forward belt begins immediately. Voss looked at the hololith. That surrenders 40 kilometers. Yes. There are labor formations still excavating the support trenches. 7 battalions. They will not complete withdrawal before enemy contact. No. Voss's jaw hardened. Then we condemn them. Vare turned his mask toward him. They were condemned when assigned to the forward belt. That does not make their loss useful. Correct. The Marshal enlarged the map. Lines of blue Imperial positions contracted around the second defensive zone. Their deaths become useful when the enemy commits forces to killing them. The labor battalions will continue excavation until contact. Their overseers will transmit enemy strength and bearing. Artillery will engage once the forward belt is occupied. You would yield prepared ground without contest. The ground is unfinished. It remains Imperial soil. Ground is valuable only when its cost to the enemy exceeds its cost to the Imperium. At present, the position favors them. We will alter the calculation. Voss studied the featureless mask. There was no defiance in the Marshal's voice, no pride. Vare spoke as though discussing shell weight or fuel consumption. The Commissar had come to Othris Secundus, expecting to enforce courage. He had begun to suspect courage was the least useful virtue in the Death Korps of Krieg. In the trenches of the second line, Watchmaster 143-9 inspected the weapons of his section. He checked every Lucius Patton lasgun personally, focusing rings, charge indicators, bayonet lugs, sling fastenings. He pulled at rebreather hoses, examined mask seals, and rejected 3 filters whose threaded caps showed microscopic corrosion. The soldiers stood before him without complaint. "Laspack allocation," he said. 4 charged packs per rifle, answered the section's ammunition bearer. 1 reserve crate per squad. Insufficient. Munitorum issue. Request 6. Expected denial. Request remains required. Further down the communication trench, Engineer Sergeant 55120 knelt beside a row of demolition charges. He measured detonation cord against the width of the trench and trimmed each length with a serrated cutter. "Delay? 3 seconds," said his sapper. 2. Risk to the firing party increases. The enemy is Astartes. The sapper changed the fuses. Near the casualty station, Quartermaster Major 3917 moved between rows of wounded men. His attendants carried medical satchels, reclaiming hooks and bolt pistols. He paused over a soldier with a shattered femur and superficial lung damage. Recoverable. A white mark was painted onto the man's breastplate. The next casualty had lost both legs. Plague residue blistered beneath his skin. Non-recoverable. The wounded man saluted. Quartermaster 3917 returned the gesture, drew his bolt pistol, and fired once into the forehead. His attendants removed the dead man's last packs, filter, boots, and identification plate. At a cavalry dugout behind the gun line, Rittmaster 6612 pressed an injector into the neck of his mount. The Krieg steed was larger than any natural horse, its body reinforced by selective breeding, muscle grafts, and stimulant ports. Armor plates covered its head and chest. Rebreather tubes fed into a muzzle mask bolted around its jaws. The animal shuddered as combat drugs entered its bloodstream. The Rittmaster stroked its neck once. "Forward patrol," he ordered. Death Riders mounted around him. Hunting lances rose beneath the rain. They rode into the poisoned dark. Voss walked the trenches while the withdrawal order spread. He passed soldiers sleeping beneath ground sheets beside bodies awaiting collection. Others sat upon ammunition crates, pushing ration paste through feeding ports in their masks. Ash fell among them, collecting upon helmets and shoulders. No one brushed it away. The commissar climbed onto a firing step. Soldiers of Krieg. Masked faces turned toward him. The enemy approaching this line is no mortal rabble. They are traitors of the Legionaries Astartes, oath-breakers who raise their weapons against the master of mankind. Their armor is ancient. Their flesh is corrupted. Their endurance will test every man upon this front. The soldiers watched him. You will remember that no armor is proof against faith. No corruption absolves treachery. Hold your positions, trust your officers, and meet death with the Emperor's name upon your lips. Silence answered. Watchmaster 143. 9 stepped forward. Commissar. Yes, Watchmaster. Have you received revised ammunition allocation? Voss stared at him. No. Then the section remains below minimum expenditure requirements for engagement with traitor Astartes. The commissar looked across the trench. No fear showed because no faces showed. Yet he understood that fear was not merely hidden by the masks. It had been accounted for. Submit your request again, Voss said. It has been submitted. Submit it again. The Watchmaster saluted. Yes, Commissar. Behind them, supply servitors descended a ramp, carrying crates of replacement rebreather canisters. Each container bore the cog and skull seal of the Adeptus Mechanicus and the correct Munitorum verification marks. A servitor dropped one crate. The lid split. A single filter rolled into the mud. A black fly crawled from beneath its threaded cap. A Krieg trooper stepped on it while lifting the canister. The fly burst beneath his boot. He wiped the filter clean and returned it to the crate. Within the charcoal membrane, spores too small for human sight settled into darkness. They became still. Far above Othris Secundus, the warp opened. The storm spread across the void like a wound in creation. Lightning crawled through empty space. Imperial Auspex arrays screamed contradictory warnings as diseased vessels emerged from the rupture. The Death Guard fleet came without formation lights. Cruisers drifted beneath curtains of frozen vapor. Their hulls were split by tumors, iron cathedrals and gardens of bone. Clouds of debris moved around them. Wreckage, corpses, plague landers and dropcraft packed with dead men that had not yet learned they were dead. Orbital defense platforms opened fire. Macro cannon broadsides crossed the void. Shells struck the leading cruiser and tore craters hundreds of meters across its hull. Diseased metal bled into space. The ship continued forward. Within the defense platforms, crewmen began coughing. Blood darkened their uniforms. One gun captain drew his sidearm and shot his loader, then turned the weapon upon the control adepts. Boarding torpedoes struck the outer decks. Plague Marines entered through the breaches and advanced along corridors lined with decomposing defenders. No alarm remained, unanswered. No alarm changed the outcome. Upon the bridge of the plague cruiser, enduring grief, Lord of Virulence, Morgul Ven watched Othris Secundus swell across the viewing oculus. He was enormous even for one of the Death Guard. Corroded Terminator plate enclosed his body. Tubes carried fluids between vats mounted upon his back. The mouths of twin plague spewers rested beneath his arms like sleeping beasts. Beside him stood Biologus Putrefier Cestus Vane, his armor crowded with glass cylinders, syringes, and dripping alembics. "The Krieg deploy more rapidly than projected," Vane said. "Discipline," Ven replied. "An obstacle." "A mechanism." Vane turned toward him. Morgul Ven regarded the planet with something close to tenderness. "They seal themselves from poison. They replace their filters by schedule. They catalogue every canister, every shipment, every breath." His voice was slow, deep, and gentle. "They march where ordered. They redeploy when commanded. They carry their supplies from regiment to regiment, from world to world." Understanding moved through Vane's swollen features. "Not an army. A circulation system," Ven said. "We need not destroy Krieg. We need only teach them what to carry." Below, the first plague landers entered the atmosphere. The opening bombardment began. Plague-burst mortars fired from newly established batteries. Orbital lances burned through cloud and struck the abandoned forward belt. Trenches collapsed into boiling channels. Laborers vanished beneath geysers of mud, pus, and pulverized bone. Men were flayed by pressure waves and thrown against revetments hard enough to burst their bodies inside their coats. The Krieg guns answered. Earthshaker batteries fired by the 100. Muzzle flashes turned the horizon white. Shells howled over the second line and descended upon the ruins of Kappa 17. One struck directly. The listening post disappeared in a pillar of fire and earth. For several seconds, nothing moved within the crater. Then a gauntleted hand emerged. The Plague Marine pulled himself from the mud. Half his helm was gone. One side of his skull showed through burned flesh. His chest hung open, organs crawling inside the ruptured cavity. He found the severed arm of the Vox operator. The transmitter remained clutched in its dead hand. The warrior lifted it to his broken helm and listened to the hiss of Imperial static. "Again," he said. The dead came first. They emerged from the poisoned fog in ranks that had once belonged to the workers and soldiers of Othris Secundus. Men in manufactorum smocks stumbled beside auxilia in cracked flak armor. Munitorum laborers dragged lengths of broken chain from their wrists. Hive militia still carried rifles, though most had forgotten how to aim them. Their skin hung grey and swollen from their bones. Black fluid ran from their mouths. Milky eyes stared through the rain without recognition. Some were still wearing Imperial aquilae. The guns of Trench Zero opened fire. Heavy stubbers hammered from reinforced firing bays, their barrels flashing beneath sheets of rain. Bullets ripped through the front ranks and hurled bodies backward into those behind. Heads burst apart, chests opened, arms spun into the mud, with hands still clawing at empty air. The dead continued forward. A laborer lost both legs above the knees and fell beneath the advancing mass. His fingers dug into the mud. He dragged the remains of his pelvis after him, broken bones ploughing twin furrows through the flooded earth. A headless auxilia trooper struck the first belt of wire and became entangled. Others climbed over him. Their weight forced his torso down across the barbs until the dead body formed a bridge. More followed. Flesh tore. Coats snagged. Intestines looped around the wire and stretched until they snapped. The swarm advanced upon a road made from its own ruin. Watchmaster 143-9 watched through the smeared lenses of his rebreather. First rank, fire. The Krieg rifles discharged together. A measured line of red light crossed the mud. Poxwalkers jerked beneath the volley. Some collapsed. Others continued with steaming holes burned through their bodies. Second rank, fire. Another volley. Grenade team, center mass. The section's grenade launcher coughed. A frag round vanished into the crowd before detonating. Bodies lifted from the earth in pieces. Shards of bone and flak armor whirled through the fog. The Watchmaster did not order rapid fire. Ammunition expenditure had been calculated against the approach rate. Panic would consume las packs without improving the kill ratio. First rank, fire. A soldier beside him slumped beneath the parapet. There had been no visible wound. Blood frothed inside the man's mask lenses. His hands went to his throat as his lungs filled his rebreather hose with black fluid. 143-9 caught him before he fell into the firing bay. Retrieve equipment. 2 troopers dragged the dying man beneath the parapet. They removed his las packs, bayonet, filter canister and grenades before the spasms ended. The corpse was pushed against the trench wall, seated among 3 others waiting for the quartermasters. Third rank, fire. The infected reached the first wire. Heavy flamers ignited from the traverses. Promethium rolled across the entangled dead and turned them into thrashing figures of orange fire. Fat hissed in the rain. Burning hands gripped the wire. Charred bodies collapsed against one another, thickening the bridge. 143-9 saw movement behind them. Larger shapes, too deliberate to be poxwalkers. Lascannon crews hold. The order traveled down the trench through Vox, field telephone, and shouted repetition. A plague marine stepped from the fog. His armor had once been white. 10,000 years of corrosion had reduced it to stained plates, swollen around a body that no longer obeyed human anatomy. A horn erupted from one pauldron. Rusted chainmail hung across his groin. A 3-lobed sigil had been carved into the breastplate and packed with old flesh. Bolter fire answered the Krieg line. The first mass reactive round struck a soldier above the waist. It entered through the flak plate and detonated inside his chest. His torso burst outward. Rib fragments and organs slapped against the revetment. The legs remained standing for an instant before folding into the mud. A second round tore through 2 men. The first lost an arm and half his shoulder. The shell detonated inside the soldier behind him, spreading both bodies across the communication trench in a red sheet. Plague Marines confirmed, the Watchmaster transmitted. Range 400 meters, strength increasing. The traitors advanced behind the Poxwalker screen. They did not run. They did not crouch beneath the incoming fire. Last bolts scorched their armor. Heavy stubber rounds sparked from corroded ceramite. One warrior lost part of his helm, exposing a skull covered in glistening fungus. He continued firing. Their lack of haste forced the Krieg to watch them come. Lascannon, left target. The weapon fired from a sandbagged emplacement. White light pierced the rain and struck a plague marine in the chest. Armor vaporized. The beam punched through the warrior and threw him backward into the fog. Next target. Another beam struck a second warrior at the hip. One leg separated in a burst of burned meat and metal. The plague marine fell, rolled onto his side, and continued firing from the mud. The first warrior rose again behind him. The Lascannon had opened a hole through his torso, large enough to reveal the fog beyond. Diseased organs clung to the edges of the wound. Flies poured from the cavity. He resumed his advance. Target remains active, the gunner reported. Fire again. A whine descended from above. 143-9 looked up. The foetid bloat drone crossed the parapet like a bloated insect. 3 swollen turbines kept its diseased body aloft. Its armor had grown around the demon within, forming a spherical shell of iron, horn, and yellow flesh. A flesh mower rotated beneath it. the rusted blades slick with old blood. The drone struck the trench. Its blades caught the first Krieg soldier at the shoulder. The man vanished into the rotating teeth. His body came apart in a spray of bone, cloth, and steaming organs. 2 more were dragged into the mechanism before they could turn. One was folded around the mower, his spine breaking in several places before the blades opened him from groin to sternum. The other lost both legs, then his pelvis, then his hands as he tried to push himself away. The demon engine filled the trench with a turning mass of limbs and entrails. Engineer Sergeant 500 and 5120 waited in the next traverse. He had already measured the trench width. He had already measured the drone. Charge forward. 2 combat engineers lifted a melter demolition pack between them. The device was intended to breach fortress doors and bunker walls. Its casing was wrapped in detonation cord, adhesive clamps, and devotional parchment blackened by the rain. The drone saw them. Its mower accelerated. "Hold beneath the drive core," the engineer sergeant ordered. The 2 men advanced. One lost his left arm to the outer blades. He did not release the charge. The other was struck across the abdomen, his coat and flesh opening together. Intestines spilled over the demolition pack. They forced the weapon beneath the drone. The first engineer looked back. Position achieved. 551-20 depressed the rune. The melter charge detonated. White heat filled the traverse. The drone's underside vanished. Armor became liquid. The demon engine screamed through damaged Vox grills, while its turbines hurled pieces of molten metal across the trench. Both engineers disappeared in the blast. The drone struck the floor as a burning shell. Its mower continued turning for several seconds, grinding through its own ruptured organs before seizing. "Clear the wreck," 551-20 ordered. Krieg soldiers attached hooks to the corpse machine and dragged it aside to reopen the trench. No one searched for the engineers. There was nothing to recover. Commissar Severin Voss reached the reserve trench as the first line reported breaches. Men were already climbing from the dugouts. They moved in ordered files, bayonets locked beneath their lasguns. Rain ran from their helmets and masks. They stepped over wounded soldiers lying against the trench walls, some coughing blood through their rebreathers, others convulsing as plague toxins burst vessels inside their lungs. Voss drew his bolt pistol. "Reserve platoon, prepare to advance." The platoon commander turned his mask toward him. "We are advancing, Commissar." The first squad passed Voss and entered the communication trench leading toward Trench 0. He had expected reluctance. He had expected men paralyzed by the knowledge that traitor Astartes were already inside the forward line. He had expected to raise his weapon and restore purpose through threat, faith, or execution. Instead, the Krieg flowed around him like ammunition being fed into a weapon. A soldier stumbled beside the trench ladder. Blood leaked from beneath his mask's lower seal. His section moved past. The soldier tried to rise. His hands slipped in the mud. Voss saw the man's chest shudder as both lungs ruptured behind his ribs. The commissar aimed his bolt pistol. The trooper reached for his fallen lasgun. Not for help, for his weapon. Voss lowered the pistol. A quartermaster attendant arrived, removed the soldier's ammunition, and dragged him toward the casualty station. The reserve platoon continued forward. Their officer did not shout about glory. He did not invoke the Emperor. He checked his field chronometer and ordered the next squad into the trench. Voss followed. Trench 0 had been breached at 3 locations. At the northern traverse, a plague marine dropped blight grenades into an occupied dugout. The swollen spheres bounced down the steps and burst among the men below. Corrosive vapor filled the chamber. Spores entered mask filters and grew with impossible speed. Soldiers tore at their own rebreather hoses as fungi expanded through their mouths and throats. Bone fragments packed inside the grenades shredded greatcoats and flesh. Men pressed against the sealed door until their bodies jammed it shut. The plague marine waited outside. When the door finally opened, corpses fell around his boots. He stepped over them. At the center breach, Krieg grenadiers met the traitors inside the communication trench. There was no room for formation fighting. Bayonets struck armor joints. Entrenching tools rose and fell. Laser fired at distances measured in arm lengths. A plague marine caught one soldier by the chest and drove him into the trench wall. The impact broke the Krieg trooper's spine and embedded his helmet in the packed earth. A second soldier attacked with a shovel. The sharpened edge struck the traitor's helm. The plague marine seized him by the throat and crushed, until the mask, windpipe and vertebrae collapsed together. More Krieg pressed forward. The Astartes used the first corpse as a weapon, swinging it by one leg. The dead soldier struck two of his comrades and knocked them from their feet. The traitor stamped down. One man's chest burst beneath the armored boot. The other disappeared into the mud beneath the weight of bodies. Watchmaster 143. 9 reached the traverse from the opposite direction. He saw 5 living Krieg soldiers locked around the plague marine. One had driven a bayonet beneath the traitor's arm. Another clung to his back, pushing a grenade against a rupture in the armor. The Astartes crushed them against the trench wall. "Demolition charge," the Watchmaster ordered. A grenadier beside him hesitated for less than a heartbeat. "Our men remain engaged." "Correct." The grenadier removed a compact demolition pack from his webbing. He armed the fuse. 143-9 pointed beneath the struggling mass. "Place it." The grenadier crawled forward. The plague marine saw him. A corroded gauntlet reached out and caught the man by the helmet. The grenadier pushed the charge into the mud between the traitor's boots. "1 second," he transmitted. The explosion lifted the trench. Earth, timber, soldiers and Astartes vanished inside a column of fire. The revetment collapsed outward. A rain of blood and mud struck the Watchmaster's mask. He rose. "Breach sealed." In Command Bastion Mortis, red runes spread across the hololithic projection. Marshal 407 Vare watched Trench 0 disappear beneath enemy markers. Captain 8, 126, stood beside the artillery table, one hand pressed to his Vox receiver. "Enemy strength continues increasing," he said. Plague Marines confirmed across the central front. Demon engines entering the northern approaches. "How many of ours remain within Trench 0? Vare asked. 11,000, estimated. "Are they holding the enemy in place?" The captain listened to the incoming reports. "They are." Vare looked toward the artillery overlays. "Authorized defensive concentration." Commissar Voss's voice broke through the command channel. "Mortis, this is Commissar Voss. Friendly formations remain throughout the trench." Vare answered him. "Confirmed. Reserve elements are still entering from the southern communications line. Withdraw if possible. There is no clear route. Then maintain contact." Voss understood. His breathing became audible across the Vox. "Marshal, confirm bombardment order." "Confirmed. Every Earthshaker, heavy mortar and siege cannon within range. Trench 0. Full concentration." Captain 8, 126, adjusted the firing schedule. "First impact in 2 minutes." Vare studied the tactical projection. Reduced to 1. The guns began. Earthshaker batteries fired from revetted pits behind the second line. Medusa siege guns recoiled upon their carriages. Heavy mortars launched shells in steep arcs over the trenches. The first barrage fell upon Trench 0. A shell struck the northern traverse and erased it. Men and poxwalkers vanished into a red cloud. Another round penetrated a bunker before detonating beneath the floor, lifting the entire structure into the air and breaking it apart. The bombardment did not distinguish loyalty. Krieg soldiers were shredded beside the enemies they held. Wounded men disappeared under tons of earth. Bodies were reduced to fragments so small that the rain carried them down the trench walls as pink streams. Plague Marines were buried beneath collapsing revetments. Delayed fuse shells followed them underground and detonated as they dug toward the surface. Corroded armor burst. Diseased flesh burned. Voss crouched beneath a timber brace while the world ended around him. A field telephone lay in the mud beside a dead signals operator. Voices continued to transmit through it. Enemy concentration at Central Traverse, just 20 meters east. An explosion drowned the voice. Another replaced it. Plague armor entering Southern Trench. Fire on our marker. Static. Then another. Position still contested. Continue bombardment. Voss listened as the reports ceased one by one. None asked for the guns to stop. Upon the ridge, beyond the Imperial lines, Morgul Ven watched the trenches vanish beneath fire. Shells burst around the Graven Harvest. Poxwalkers were torn into pieces. Plague Marines disappeared beneath geysers of earth. The Lord of Virulence seemed pleased. "Do not mistake this for courage," he told the warriors around him. "Courage requires attachment, a wish to endure. These creatures have been emptied of such burdens." Cestus Vane watched through magnocular lenses clouded by spores. "They destroy their own with admirable efficiency. They preserve function," Ven said. "That is their worship." He turned toward the plague surgeons waiting behind the line. "Recover intact masks. Recover living bodies where possible. Learn the tolerances of their filters, their lungs, and their obedience." The bombardment continued until Trench Zero no longer resembled a fortification. Then, without warning, the guns fell silent. Krieg grenadiers advanced into the ruins. They found no living comrades. They found pieces of thousands. At the base of a collapsed bunker, a half-destroyed plague marine remained pinned beneath ferrocrete. His torso had been opened from throat to pelvis. Ribs projected through torn armor. His organs moved in the mud, pulsing and twisting as though searching for escape. The grenadiers raised their weapons. Flies crawled from the wound. They crossed a blood-soaked trench map lying beside the corpse. The insects arranged themselves into 9 circles around a central point, the shape of the morning crown. The plague marine began to laugh. The prisoner laughed throughout the journey. The sound came through the sealed bulkhead of the Gorgon as a wet, bubbling rasp, half mirth and half the movement of fluids through a throat that should no longer have functioned. Chains designed to secure battle servitors bound the plague marine to the transport's reinforced deck. Both legs had been severed above the knee. One arm ended at the elbow. The bombardment at Trench Zero had opened his torso from throat to pelvis and emptied much of his abdominal cavity into the mud. Yet the organs remaining within him continued their slow, diseased labor. His secondary heart still beat. The rhythm showed on the monitor outside the containment compartment. 7 beats. A pause. 7 more. The Gorgon's engines strained as the vehicle crawled through the communication trenches toward Hive Volkaren. Armor plates scraped against revetments. Mud and human remains churned beneath its tracks. Krieg grenadiers rode in the forward compartment with laser guns leveled at the sealed door, although every man knew their weapons would be of limited value if the captive broke free. Commissar Severin Voss stood among them. Blood from Trench Zero had dried beneath the rim of his stormcoat. He could still hear the field telephone voices asking artillery to fire upon their own positions. He had listened until the last transmission ceased. From behind the bulkhead came another gurgling laugh. One of the grenadiers looked toward Voss. "Permission to destroy the prisoner if containment fails." "Granted." "With what, Commissar?" Voss studied the door. The question was practical, not insolent. "Destroy the transport." The grenadier nodded. "Understood." The Gorgon descended through the Hive's military gates and entered the Mechanicus precinct below Manufactorum District Primus. Incense filled the loading vault. Red-robed adepts waited beneath iron arches, inscribed with warding scripture, accompanied by combat servitors bearing plasma weapons and industrial cutting claws. The prisoner was unloaded upon a slab of black metal. He did not resist. His remaining hand dragged through his exposed organs as the chains pulled him forward. Lengths of intestine slid across the deck behind him, leaving a trail of pus and dark blood. Flies crawled from the wound and gathered around the lumen globes overhead. Magos Biologis Omicron Va approached on 6 augmetic limbs. He had retained the upper portion of a male human body, although little flesh remained visible beneath surgical plating and clusters of optical instruments. 4 servo arms rose from his spine. Each ended in scalpels, drills, sample tubes, or cautery devices. Subject displays continued consciousness, the Magos said. The captive turned his broken helm toward him. Your left lung is already flowering, the Plague Marine said. Omicron Var paused. My pulmonary tissue is 73% synthetic. Then it will flower in iron. The Magos extended a servo scalpel and cut through the captive's breastplate. Corroded ceramite split beneath the diamond edge. Beneath it lay layers of swollen flesh, fungal cords and organs fused into shapes no Imperial anatomy archive would recognize. The scalpel removed a strip of tissue. The wound closed behind it, not by healing, but by crawling maggots packing themselves into the gap. The prisoner watched the technicians through his single intact lens. You will itch first, he told one, beneath the tongue. A second servo arm drilled into his lung. Then your teeth will loosen. The drill withdrew, carrying a cylinder of green tissue. Do not fear when they begin whispering. One of the junior adepts stepped backward. Omicron Var turned an optic toward him. Remain at station. The adept obeyed. The Plague Marine's laughter filled the vault. Samples entered sealed analyzers. Auspex needles shuddered across parchment rolls. Incense burners released purifying vapors, while servo skulls traced contamination runes in the air. The investigation continued for 6 hours. The captive never lost consciousness. He described symptoms before the instruments detected them. He spoke of bleeding gums, softened bones, blackened fingernails, and dreams of bells beneath the earth. When a technician's nose began leaking yellow fluid inside his respirator, the Plague Marine thanked him for his service. Omicron Var ordered the technician incinerated without interrupting the examination. At last, the Magos projected his findings into Command Bastion Mortis. Marshal 407 Ver stood before the hololithic display. Commissar Voss waited beside him. Quartermaster Major 3917 had arrived from the casualty yard still wearing a blood-stained apron over his greatcoat. Rotating images showed the spores magnified thousands of times. They resembled black seeds covered in hooked cilia. The organism does not pursue immediate mortality, Omicron Var reported. Its primary behavior is adhesive. It binds to carbon deposits, chemical scrubbers, and moisture generated by human respiration. A diagram of a Krieg rebreather filter appeared. Black spores spread through the charcoal layers. Voss stared at it. The masks protect the organism. Affirmative. Standard purification canisters provide an optimal incubation chamber. Heat from exhalation accelerates development. Carbon traps the spores. Chemical neutralizers suppress competing organisms while leaving this strain viable. How long until symptoms appear? Ver asked. Unknown. The captive contains multiple variants. Some kill within minutes. Others remain dormant. Activation mechanism? Possibly chemical, possibly psychic, possibly acoustic. The hololith shifted to display supply routes crossing the Karen front. Omicron Var's mechanical voice remained without inflection. Recommendation: destroy every respiratory filter upon the continent. Suspend all transfers between formations. Incinerate exposed stockpiles and personnel. Ver looked at the map. How many replacement filters remain in reserve? A Munitorum scribe answered. Fewer than 20 million within the Karen theatre. And troops dependent upon them? More than 300 million, excluding labour units. Voss understood the arithmetic before the Marshal spoke. Destroying the filters would not save the front. It would kill it differently. Recommendation rejected, Ver said. Omicron Var's image flickered. Biological necessity is not altered by strategic inconvenience. Then produce another necessity. Clarify. Identify the activation mechanism. Establish detection criteria. Develop a purge procedure that preserves usable supply. Probability of success is low. Probability is not an order. The Magos inclined his head by a fraction. Additional living subjects are required. Quartermaster 3917 spoke for the first time. They will be provided. The trials began beneath the Western Casualty Complex. Condemned soldiers, penal laborers and men already marked as non-recoverable were issued filters taken from suspect consignments. Each subject entered a sealed observation bunker containing a cot, a water tin, and a wall-mounted Vox grill. There were no restraints. None were required for the Krieg. Quartermaster 39. 17 watched through armor glass while the first group breathed. The condemned sat with their hands resting upon their knees. Their masks concealed every expression. Auspex leads ran beneath their coats to record heart rate, lung function, and neural activity. For the first hour, nothing happened. In the second, one penal laborer began scratching at his throat. In the third, blood filled the mask lenses of a Krieg trooper. It emerged from the corners of his eyes in thick streams, first red, then black. The man remained seated until pressure forced one eyeball from its socket. It struck the inside of the lens and slid down the armor glass. His heart continued beating for another minute. 2 subjects died without visible symptoms. Their lungs simply ceased. 4 remained healthy. Omicron VAR ordered an acoustic sequence transmitted through the Vox grill. The first tone was artillery calibration static. The second was a standard rebreather seal test. The third was the low iron note recorded at listening post Kappa 17. Every surviving subject reacted at once. Their backs arched, hands clawed at greatcoats, ribs cracked beneath internal pressure. One man tore his own mask away before fungal stalks forced themselves from his mouth, splitting his jaw and pushing through the soft tissue beneath his tongue. Another remained masked. His lungs ruptured inside his chest. Blood, tissue, and pale growth filled the rebreather hose, packed the filter, and burst through the canister seams. The final subject stood. He faced the armor glass and saluted Quartermaster 3917, while something grew behind his lenses. Then his head opened. Fungal matter pushed through the eye sockets, mouth and nasal cavities in a single flowering mass. The body remained standing for several seconds after the Auspex confirmed death. The Quartermaster returned the salute. "Result confirmed," he said. "The bell is a trigger." Above the bunker, Othris Secundus went to war. Thousands of artillery batteries opened fire across 6 continents. Earthshaker rounds crossed plague mortars in the upper atmosphere. Hive districts became fortress zones as workers bricked manufacturum doors, mounted heavy stubbers on hab balconies, and turned transit tunnels into kill corridors. Across the Southern Ocean, troop transports burned from bow to stern. Men leapt into water coated with promethium and plague oil. Those who survived the flames drowned beneath the weight of their equipment, or rose hours later with swollen faces and empty eyes. Local defense armies vanished beneath green storms that moved against the wind. The Death Guard remained few when measured against the planet's billions. Several thousand traitor Astartes could not occupy every hive, patrol every road, or man every trench. They did not need to. Each district they infected produced another army. Poxwalkers rose from hospitals, barracks, and corpse pits. They gathered in their millions behind the advancing plague marines. Dead officers carried broken swords. Manufacturum workers dragged cutting torches. Children of the labor clans came with hands blackened by industry and mouths full of flies. The plague did not require training, only bodies. Captain 8, 126, commanded the Krieg artillery from Battery Citadel 17. His observation officers listened to the enemy guns. They recorded the delay between muzzle flash, sound, and impact. Servitors measured crater angles. Cogitators compared shell descent with wind pressure and atmospheric corruption. Enemy mortar battery, an observer reported, bearing west by north, estimated range 21 kilometers. Correction confidence? 70%. Insufficient. A plague shell struck beyond the battery line. The explosion released a brown cloud. Gun crews inside it began screaming over the Vox. The captain listened. A second observer spoke. Revised bearing. West by north, 2 degrees. Range 20 kilometers, 800 meters. Fire. 6 earthshakers discharged. The shells climbed through the poisoned sky and descended upon the hidden Death Guard position. Auspex returns showed 2 plague-burst crawlers torn apart. One flipped onto its side. Tracks, spinning in the air while fluid poured from its armor seams. The third remained active. Its outer plates had been stripped away. Something vast and boneless filled the crew compartment, pulsing around the breach of the mortar. The demon engine rotated upon exposed gears and fired again. Its shell landed inside Battery Citadel 17. The blast did not explode with flame. It burst into liquid. Men dissolved where they stood. Flesh softened beneath greatcoats. Gun crews collapsed inside their masks as teeth, tongues, and lungs became slurry. Rebreathers filled with liquefied tissue, forcing the soldiers to drown upon themselves. Captain 8, 126, sealed the contaminated gun pit from the rest of the battery. Remaining pieces continue. A loader looked toward the men clawing at the sealed bulkhead. The captain raised one gloved finger toward the breach. Shell. The loader obeyed. In the abandoned forward zone, Engineer Sergeant 55120 led a reconnaissance patrol through the remains of Trench Zero. Rainwater had risen above their boots. Bodies floated face down in the flooded traverses. Some wore Krieg greatcoats. Others had once been poxwalkers. Identification was impossible where artillery had mixed them together. The engineers followed the current. It flowed away from the Death Guard lines and toward the Imperial groundwater channels. At the first drainage culvert, they found the blockage. Hundreds of corpses had been packed into the trench, wired together and driven into the mud with iron stakes. Their bodies formed a dam. Bloated stomachs trapped runoff, while carefully cut channels directed the overflow toward pipes supplying the second defensive belt. Some of the dead were still moving. Hands opened and closed beneath the water. A severed head whispered through a broken respirator. Filter check complete. 55120 examined the slope. This is engineered. His sapper looked toward the mass of bodies. Promethium will contaminate the channel. The channel is already contaminated. Exposure time for clearance exceeds mask tolerance. Confirmed. The engineer sergeant ordered the patrol forward. They poured promethium over the corpse dam and ignited it. Bodies swelled in the heat. Abdomens burst. Burning fat spread across the water, while the engineers cut new drainage channels through ground saturated with plague matter. Warnings appeared upon their mask displays. Filter efficiency falling. Toxin saturation rising. No man withdrew. By the time clean water began flowing away from the Imperial lines, 3 engineers were coughing blood. 55120 marked them for quarantine and continued the patrol. The first armored battle began at Ossuary Ridge before dawn. Lehman Russ battle tanks advanced through smoke in staggered companies. Malcador heavy tanks followed, their long hulls grinding across trenches and shell craters. Battle cannon fire illuminated the ridge, striking plague positions hidden among ancient burial mounds. Myphitic blight haulers scuttled between wrecks on jointed limbs and grinding tracks. Their weapons fired streams of diseased energy. An entropy blast struck the lead Lehman Russ. Armor aged in an instant. Steel flaked away like burned paper. Rivets failed. The frontal plate collapsed inward beneath its own weight, crushing the driver against his seat. The tank continued moving. Its commander ordered the gunner to fire. The battle cannon struck a blight hauler at close range and tore half the demon engine away. What remained dragged itself forward on exposed limbs, leaking bile and machine oil. The Lehman Russ caught fire. Flames entered the fighting compartment. Ammunition began cooking inside the racks. "Abandoned vehicle," came the squadron command. The tank commander checked his targeting scope. The main gun remained functional. Negative. He gave one final range correction. The Lehman Russ fired again before its ammunition detonated. The turret rose into the smoke-trailing pieces of the crew. Behind it, the Malcadors advanced over the wreck. At the Eastern Corps processing yards, the reclamation trains arrived without warning. They carried dead from Trench Zero. Thousands of bodies lay stacked inside open wagons, stripped of weapons but not yet of uniforms, boots or filters. Processing crews opened the first carriage. The corpses opened their eyes. Poxwalkers fell from the wagons in tangled heaps. They seized quartermaster attendants, tearing masks away and forcing blackened fingers into mouths and eye sockets. Reclamation hooks became weapons. Bone saws cut living men apart upon the tables where the dead were meant to be rendered. The infection spread through the yard. Mountains of recovered laser guns, filters, armor and clothing disappeared beneath crawling bodies. Quartermaster, 39. 17 watched from the control tower. Seal every gate. There are wounded trains still unloading, an attendant said. How many? 4,000, perhaps more. Below them, wounded Krieg soldiers hammered upon the inner barriers, while poxwalkers advanced through the smoke. The quartermaster studied the contamination map. Promethium reserves? Sufficient to burn the processing halls. And the wounded? The attendant said nothing. 3917 activated the yard-wide Vox. All personnel within the Eastern Complex are classified unrecoverable. Equipment reclamation suspended. Prepare for the Emperor's peace. The wounded heard him. Some raised their hands in salute. The quartermaster opened the fuel valves. Fire consumed the yard. It spread through corpse wagons, medical carriages and equipment mountains. Ammunition detonated inside the flames. Thousands of wounded burned beside the dead who had risen to kill them. Local auxilia fled from the inferno. They came down the western supply road in a mass of men, vehicles and screaming officers. Some had discarded their rifles. Others tore at their masks, convinced the filters carried infection. Voss blocked the road with 2 squads of Krieg grenadiers. "Return to your positions," he ordered. An auxilia captain pushed through the crowd. "The yards are lost. The plague is behind us. Then you will face it from prepared ground. My men are infected. Then they will be quarantined." The captain looked at the Krieg weapons leveled across the road. "You cannot stop all of us." Voss drew his bolt pistol. "Any man crossing this line will be treated as infected." The crowd continued. Fear overcame discipline. Auxilia surged forward, dragging the captain with them. Voss saw mouths opening behind masks. He saw men begging. He saw one clutching an icon of the Emperor against his chest. He thought of Trench Zero. He thought of voices requesting artillery upon themselves. "Fire," he said. The grenadiers obeyed. Last volleys cut through the front ranks. Bodies fell across the road. Those behind stumbled over them and were shot in turn. The auxilia captain reached the barricade before Voss's bolt pistol opened his chest. When it ended, the road was blocked by corpses. Voss reloaded. His hands did not shake. In Command Bastion Mortis, Omicron VAR transmitted the final data recovered from the Plague Marine's organs. 9 circles appeared around Hive Volkaren, the Morning Crown. Beneath them, a second image resolved from corrupted tissue memory and psychic resonance. A bell buried below the hive. "The enemy objective is not planetary occupation," the Magos said. "The atmospheric processes form a transmission lattice. The subterranean structure is its probable source." Marshal Vere studied the map. "They require all 9 towers." "Affirmative." "And the buried mechanism?" "Designation unknown." The Plague Marine's voice emerged from the recording. The charnel bell. Every lumen in the command bunker dimmed. A vibration passed through the floor. Dust fell from the vaulted ceiling. The walls began to hum. Far below them, beneath armor, rock, and the bones of forgotten generations, an iron bell sounded once. Marshal 407. Vere assigned the dead before he assigned the shells. The tactical chamber of command bastion mortis had been stripped of all devotional ornament, save the brass aquila bolted above the primary hololith. Beneath it, ossuary ridge burned as a red projection suspended in the filtered air. Trenches coiled across its slopes. Artillery pits, plague emplacements, and suspected subterranean works glowed in diseased green. Behind the ridge rose 3 of the atmospheric cathedrals comprising the Morning Crown, their projected towers piercing the chamber ceiling. Vare stood before a slate, listing the assault formations. "The first wave will suffer 68% casualties before reaching the enemy wire," he said. "The second will suffer 41%. Armored losses are projected at 1 vehicle in 3. Commissar Severin Voss studied the figures. "Those estimates assume the barrage remains on schedule. They assume error." Captain 826 stood at the artillery table, surrounded by targeting adepts and cable-linked cogitators. "Enemy counter-battery strength remains uncertain. Ammunition expenditure will exceed current munitorum allotment by the 12th hour." Vare enlarged the western slope. "Allocate lives first, ammunition second, machines third." Voss looked toward him. "Why that order?" "Lives are the most abundant resource available." No one challenged the answer. The offensive would commit 3 siege regiments, 2 armored brigades, combat engineers, Gorgon assault transports, and the surviving Death Rider formations. Their objective was not merely ossuary ridge. The height overlooked 3 atmospheric cathedrals and the freight arteries feeding Hive Volcaran. Whoever controlled it possessed observation over half the central front. Vare moved a gloved finger across the hololith. "The barrage advances 100 meters every 4 minutes. Infantry follows at 50 meters. Gorgons cross here and here. Armor exploits the central breach. Engineers secure Bastion 17. Death Riders pass through the western gap and strike the enemy rear." Rittmaster 66. 12 stood among the assembled officers, cavalry coats stiff with dried mud. "How long will the gap remain open?" 11 minutes. "It will close sooner." "Yes." The Rittmaster saluted. "Then we will enter sooner." 19 hours before the infantry assault, the guns began. Earthshakers fired from revetted batteries stretching beyond the horizon. Medusa siege guns hurled shells whose impact lifted entire trench segments into the air. Heavy mortars launched ammunition in steep arcs, dropping rounds into dugouts and communication lines. Quad launchers shrieked through the rain, saturating parapets with overlapping explosions. The first trench belt vanished beneath smoke. The second endured for 6 hours. The third became the center of the world. Every impact threw up columns of mud, corpse fragments and fragments of rusted armor. Poxwalkers buried during the fighting at Trench Zero were unearthed by one shell and torn apart by the next. Headless bodies stumbled through crater fields until fragments reduced them to strips of flesh. Exposed plague cultists vanished so completely that only drifting red mist remained where formations had stood. The bombardment possessed no rhythm a human mind could follow. It became continuous pressure, a single detonation thousands of kilometers wide. Gun crews labored until blood ran from their ears. Barrels glowed beneath the rain. Cooling jackets split. Breaches seized upon half-loaded shells and killed men attempting to clear them. Servitors dragged corpses aside and placed new rounds into hands already burned raw. Captain 826 walked between the firing pits without shelter. Battery 9, reduce elevation by 3 degrees. Shell stock below minimum, Captain. Minimum is irrelevant until the target is destroyed. Barrel wear exceeds tolerance. Tolerance is a prediction. Fire. The Earthshaker discharged. Its barrel split from muzzle to mounting. Metal fragments tore through the crew, severing one loader at the waist and driving the gunner's skull into the rear wall. The adjacent piece fired before the body struck the ground. At the 19th hour, whistles sounded in the Krieg trenches. The barrage advanced. Infantry climbed from the assault saps beneath a sky the color of bruised iron. They emerged in disciplined ranks, greatcoats dark with rain, laser guns held across their chests. Each platoon carried wire cutters, sandbags, demolition charges, spare bayonets, and coils of field cable. Officers bore whistles and signal lamps. Vox traffic had become unreliable beneath the psychic interference rolling from the ridge, so orders traveled by light, sound, and physical wire. Watchmaster 143-9 stepped onto the ash plain. The explosions were close enough to strike his body like hammer blows. The creeping barrage formed a wall ahead of them, an advancing curtain of fire and earth. Through it, he saw fragments of trees, bodies, and fortress plating hurled into the clouds. "Interval," he ordered. His section spread. A shell fell short. The round struck the third platoon and transformed 20 men into a crater full of steaming flesh. One soldier landed in front of the watchmaster with both legs missing. His hands clawed at the mud as he attempted to recover his rifle. The advancing line divided around him. No one stopped. "Maintain interval," 143-9 repeated. Signal lamps flashed through the smoke. Officers waved their men toward gaps in the wire. Cable teams crawled behind, unspooling field telephone lines through mud churned with bone. Another short shell struck a Gorgon transport. Its frontal armor buckled. The troop compartment opened in a burst of flame. Burning soldiers spilled from the rear ramp and rolled across the ground, some still clutching weapons. The Gorgon continued forward until a second shell tore off one track and turned the vehicle sideways. Infantry passed behind the wreck. The barrage moved on. The Krieg followed. At the western breach, Rittmaster 6612 raised his hunting lance. His mount trembled beneath him. Stimulants flooded its altered heart. Rebreather valves along its muzzle snapped open and shut. Armor plates covered its skull, breast and flanks, each marked by old shrapnel wounds. The wire ahead lifted beneath artillery fire. "Advance!" The Death Riders surged forward. Their horses crossed the shell field at a pace no ordinary animal could have survived. Hooves struck churned earth, bodies and shattered masonry. Riders leaned low behind armored necks, while plague rounds snapped around them. The gap was already closing. Poxwalkers stumbled from shell holes. Cultists hauled machine guns onto broken parapets. A weapon opened fire and cut 3 riders from their saddles. One horse continued without its head for several strides before collapsing beneath its master. 66. 12 did not turn. The first rank lowered lances. Explosive tips struck the plague line. One cultist vanished from the chest upward. Another was lifted from the earth and burst apart against a trench wall. A lance entered through a plague gunner's mouth and detonated inside his torso, spraying the weapon emplacement with teeth, vertebrae, and burning organs. The Death Riders leapt the trench. They did not wheel for a second charge. They drove deeper into the enemy rear, hunting observation posts, ammunition pits, and signal relays. One squadron threw demolition charges into a plague-burst crawler resupply dump. Another rode down artillery servants and butchered spotters before they could redirect fire. They were not sent to win glory. They were sent to blind the ridge for 11 minutes. At the 9th minute, the western gap collapsed under plague mortar fire. The Death Riders were trapped beyond it. Rittmaster 6612 saw the explosions close behind him. "Objective unchanged," he said. His surviving riders followed him into the smoke. The first Death Guard trench appeared abandoned. Krieg infantry crossed the wire and descended into firing bays filled with dismembered poxwalkers. Dugout doors hung open. Heavy weapons remained upon their mounts. No bolter fire answered. Watchmaster 143-9 examined the nearest corpse. Its body had absorbed shrapnel from multiple directions. The flesh was destroyed, but the legs had been chained to an iron ring set into the trench floor. "Decoy line," he said. A whistle sounded behind him. The second wave entered the position. Then the firing slits opened. Plague spewers erupted from hidden chambers beneath the parapets. Streams of burning corruption crossed the trench. Greatcoats ignited. Mask lenses melted into eye sockets. Men clawed at rebreather seals, while their faces liquefied beneath them. One entire assault company died inside a communication trench too narrow for its soldiers to turn around. The Death Guard emerged from reinforced chambers the barrage had failed to expose. They came slowly through the fire, armor dripping with plague residue. Bolters fired at chest height. Mass reactive shells burst Krieg soldiers apart and packed the trench floor with pieces of men. The first trench had not been abandoned. It had been baited. "Forward!" 143-9 ordered. His section entered the next bay. A plague marine blocked the traverse. Las fire struck his breastplate and burned holes through corroded metal. He fired once. The shell entered a Krieg soldier's abdomen and detonated beneath the ribcage. Lungs, liver, and shredded spine struck the men behind him. The section advanced over the remains. A bayonet entered the broken joint beneath the traitor's arm. The plague marine caught the attacker by the head and drove him into the wall until the helmet collapsed. Another Krieg soldier thrust a cracked grenade into a split across the Astartes' stomach plating. The traitor tore off the soldier's arm before the grenade detonated. The explosion opened the plague marine's abdomen. Black intestines spilled across his thighs. They writhed around his legs like feeding worms. He continued fighting. His plague knife cut through the first man's mask and jaw. The wound blackened before the soldier fell. A second trooper lost both hands at the wrist. A third was seized by the throat and used to beat another to death. Bodies packed the bay. The traitor killed 12 before the Krieg forced him against the revetment. One wounded soldier, his lower body crushed beneath the dead, wrapped both arms around the plague marine's leg. "Target fixed," he rasped through a ruptured mask. A grenadier pushed a demolition charge beneath the traitor's exposed organs. The Astartes looked down. The wounded soldier tightened his grip. "Detonate!" The blast removed half the trench. The plague marine emerged from the smoke without his lower torso. He dragged himself forward upon one arm, leaking ropes of intestine through the mud. Two melter-guns fired together. White heat consumed him from helm to pelvis. His remaining arm crawled for several seconds after the rest of him had become ash. "Bay clear," 143-9 reported. Fewer than half his section remained. They continued toward Bastion 17. The fortress rose from the ridge like a broken tooth. Siege shells had stripped away its outer guns and collapsed one observation tower, but the central block remained intact. Krieg engineers breached the western wall with melter charges, while grenadiers forced the firing apertures. Engineer Sergeant 551-20 entered first. The lower chambers were full of green vapor and the sound of wet breathing. Something moved beneath the stairs. He did not investigate. "Seal levels 4 through 9. There may be access to the subterranean network," a sapper said. "There is also plague concentration beyond mask tolerance." The engineers welded the blast doors shut and packed the seams with sanctified sealant. When hands began striking the other side, they added demolition charges. Upon the roof, heavy stubbers and lascannons were hauled into position. The Imperial banner was found in the central courtyard. Its bearer lay dead beneath it, chest opened by bolter fire. The standard's iron point had been driven through his ribs and into the ground, pinning the corpse upright. Commissar Voss reached the courtyard with the reserve command group. He stared at the banner. "Who recovered it?" "No one," 143-9 answered. The standard had remained where it fell because every living soldier had continued toward the objective. Voss pulled it from the corpse. Blood and pieces of lung clung to the iron point. He raised it above Bastion 17. No one cheered. Krieg soldiers established firing positions and waited for the counterattack. It came from beyond the ridge. Plague-burst crawlers fired from concealed revetments. Their mortars launched shells over the captured lines and into the Imperial artillery zone. Fetid bloat drones descended through the smoke, rotors shrieking as they hunted observation posts. Captain 8, 126, received the first counter-battery warning seconds before impact. "Enemy solution confirmed," an observer said. "Disperse personnel." The plague shell struck Battery Citadel 17. Concrete aged beneath the explosion. Support pillars became powder. Men collapsed as flesh shriveled upon their bones, and teeth fell from their mouths. An entropy discharge crossed the gun line and reduced an Earthshaker carriage to rust. Half the battery disappeared beneath the collapsing revetment. The captain remained at the firing table. Earth spilled through cracks in the dugout roof. A support beam fell across two signals officers, crushing them together. One continued transmitting while blood poured from his mouth. "Observation post lost. Use secondary. Secondary destroyed. Use infantry lamps. Range uncertainty exceeds limits. Then reduce the limits." Another impact collapsed the entrance. Captain 8, 126 took the Vox receiver from a dead operator. "Bastion 17, transmit fall of shot." Voss's voice answered through static. "First salvo long by 300 meters." The captain entered the correction. "Fire." The remaining Earthshakers discharged beneath falling earth. Morgul Ven entered the captured trench without escort. Heavy bolters fired from Bastion 17. Shells struck his Terminator plate and burst across swollen armor. One round shattered a shoulder plate and exposed ropes of muscle crawling with maggots. The Lord of Virulence continued forward. His twin plague spewers awakened. Streams of boiling filth swept the parapet. Krieg crews became black silhouettes inside green flame. Flesh ran from bones. Fat steamed upon the firing step. One heavy bolter continued firing after its gunner's face had melted into the weapon grips. Ven climbed through the ruins. He entered the captured regimental headquarters and killed its defenders methodically. One officer was crushed against the map table. Another was lifted by the throat and drowned beneath plague fluid forced through his mask. A signals adept tried to draw a pistol. Ven broke both arms and pushed him back into his chair. Only the Vox operator remained alive. The man's legs ended at the knees. Bone protruded through his greatcoat. Blood pooled beneath the transmission set. Ven lowered one corroded gauntlet onto the operator's shoulder. "Transmit." The Krieg soldier looked toward him. "What message?" The traitor's broken helm leaned close. "You dig graves," Morgul Ven said. "We make gardens." The operator transmitted the words. Ven left him alive long enough to hear the reply. Message received. Beneath Ossuary Ridge, charges detonated. The ground opened. Entire trench lines folded inward. Bastions split apart. Krieg soldiers, poxwalkers, and ruined armor slid into darkness as the ridge collapsed above chambers hollowed by Death Guard engines. The cavities were not empty. Plague slurry erupted from them in geysers. Corpses floated within it, thousands upon thousands, fused together by roots and swollen tissue. Demonic growths reached upward as the earth fell. A Krieg battalion disappeared into the breach. Men sank to their waists, then their chests. Hands rose from beneath the slurry and seized greatcoats. Intestines looped around boots. Roots pierced mask seals and pushed through mouths. Soldiers fired downward until their weapons vanished beneath the living mud. One officer raised his signal lamp above the surface. The light flashed a final order. Maintain advance. Then the hands took him. The ridge closed over the battalion, one screaming rank at a time. Ossuary Ridge belonged to the Imperium. The declaration arrived through the command net before the screaming beneath the ground had ceased. Signal officers marked the ridge blue upon the hololithic maps. Munitorum clerks amended the theatre ledger. A brass aquila was raised above Bastion 17, where plague residue still ran from the firing apertures, and the lower levels continued to beat like a buried heart. The victory report listed the objective as secured. It did not list what remained of the assault formation. 70% of the men committed to the offensive were dead, missing or isolated within contaminated sectors. Entire companies had vanished when the ridge collapsed. Others had been burned from the surface by plague spewers or reduced to scraps beneath the creeping barrage. The wounded filled trenches that had been constructed for ammunition, not mercy. The quartermasters entered at dawn. They came wearing black leather aprons over their greatcoats. Bolt pistols hung at their hips. Their attendants carried bone saws, reclaiming hooks, surgical satchels, rolls of identification wire, and portable Prometheum tanks. Quartermaster Major 3917 walked at their head. He moved through the captured trenches as methodically as an infantry officer inspecting a firing line. He stopped beside every casualty. He examined wounds, checked mask seals, and compared each man's condition against the resources required to return him to service. A grenadier lay against a shattered revetment with a lash burn across his chest and fragments of corroded armor embedded in one thigh. "Can you stand?" the quartermaster asked. "Yes." "Can you fire?" "Yes." "Recoverable." An attendant painted a white line across the grenadier's breastplate and directed him toward the treatment station. The next soldier had lost his right hand and most of his lower jaw. His rebreather had been fastened directly over the exposed throat with wire and field dressing. 3917 examined the stump. "Dominant hand?" "Left," the soldier replied through a blood-filled Vox grill. "Recoverable." A white line. Treatment. The third man had been crushed beneath falling ferrocrete. Both legs were pulped. The pelvis had opened beneath the armor plate. Pink foam rose inside his mask with every shallow breath. Identification. 143rd Siege Regiment, 5th Company, Trooper 20611. Pain level? Acceptable. Can you operate a weapon? My rifle is functional. The soldier's lasgun lay beside him. One hand remained around the grip. 3917 looked toward the attendants. Reclaim weapon, ammunition, filter, and boots. The trooper understood. He released the lasgun. One attendant removed the charged packs from his webbing. Another unfastened the rebreather canister. The wounded man continued breathing through the mask's remaining reserve while his boots were cut away. "Service acknowledged," the quartermaster said. The trooper saluted. The bolt pistol fired once. Blood and fragments of mask struck the revetment. The attendants hooked the body beneath the arms and dragged it toward the corpse trench. Nothing useful remained upon it except flesh, and flesh could still be rendered into nutrient stock, chemical feed, or industrial tallow if contamination tests permitted. Where the tests failed, the bodies burned. Prometheum crews moved behind the quartermasters, pouring fuel over rows of unrecoverable dead. Flames rolled through the trench bays. Skin blackened. Fat hissed. Rebreather lenses burst from the heat. The Krieg soldiers waiting for assessment watched without comment. The quartermasters did not call their work mercy. Mercy was irrelevant. They calculated whether a man could again serve the Emperor at a cost acceptable to the Departamento Munitorum. Those who could were treated. Those who could not were released from further consumption. The seventh breath appeared among the living before the corpse fires had finished burning. A sentry upon the eastern parapet reported a damaged filter. Black fluid had begun filling his rebreather hose. He remained at his post until relieved, firing upon movement in the fog while his breathing became a drowning gurgle. When the replacement arrived, the sentry presented his weapon and ammunition for inspection. "Possible contamination," he said. He collapsed before reaching the quarantine stair. Another soldier showed no fever, no coughing, and no change in blood chemistry. Medici auspexes declared him clean. Yet the lumen globes behind him cast a shadow filled with insects. The shadow moved when he did not. Hundreds of tiny wings crawled over the trench wall in the shape of a man praying. A confessor administered purity rites. The holy oils blackened on contact with the soldier's skin. The confessor declared corruption. The soldier was burned. An hour later, 3 men who had passed the same rites ruptured inside their greatcoats. Fungal cords broke through their ribs and dragged themselves across the floor in search of moisture. Temperature testing failed. Blood analysis failed. Psychana screening produced contradictory results. One soldier screamed when exposed to sanctified incense, then proved free of infection. Another recited every response in the Catechism of Protection, while spores grew behind his eyes. Faith revealed nothing reliable. The plague respected neither conviction nor doubt. Quartermaster 3917 established quarantine enclosures beneath the western ridge. Suspect companies entered in full battle order and stood beneath filtration turbines, while Mechanicus adepts examined masks, blood, and tissue. 11,000 soldiers occupied Enclosure 4 when the pressure alarms began. The seals around the northern ventilation trunk had failed. Contaminated air entered through the fractured conduit and moved toward the adjoining supply depot, where millions of filters, laspaks, and ration bricks waited for distribution. Commissar Severin Voss arrived as engineers sealed the observation gallery. Below him, the enclosed soldiers stood in ordered ranks. Some looked upward through their mask lenses. Others checked weapons or adjusted webbing. "How long to repair the breach?" Voss asked. 3917 consulted the engineering slate. 17 minutes. And contamination reaches the supply depot? 9 minutes. Can the enclosure be isolated from the depot? Isolation shutters share the compromised conduit. Closing them may rupture the main filtration line. May? Probability exceeds half. Voss looked through the armor glass. 11,000 soldiers. Enough men to fill a fortress. Enough rifles to defend kilometers of trench. Enough lives to hold an enemy formation in place while artillery destroyed it. How long until the soldiers below show symptoms? Unknown. They may not be infected. Correct. The pressure warning changed pitch. The quartermaster waited. Voss knew why. 3917 possessed authority over casualty reclamation and medical disposition. The destruction of an intact formation required command sanction. It required someone else to say the words. The commissar touched the Vox control. "Seal Enclosure 4. The blast doors descended around the chamber. "Prepare Prometheum Purge." The soldiers below heard him. No one ran toward the doors. No one fired upon the observation gallery. The first ranks grounded their laser guns and began checking charge indicators. Others tightened mask straps or redistributed ammunition. One section removed damaged equipment and laid it in a neat row for reclamation, though nothing inside the enclosure would survive the fire. A low chant began among the rear ranks. Through sacrifice, absolution. Other voices joined. Through duty, redemption. The words traveled through thousands of rebreather grills. Through death, service, unending. Prometheum entered the ventilation system. It fell as mist from the overhead ducts, coating helmets, coats, and armor. Men became dark shapes beneath the descending fuel. Several continued the litany. Others stood in silence. One soldier noticed a loose bayonet fastening. He removed the blade, cleaned the locking ring with his sleeve, and returned it to the lug. Voss gave the final order. "Incinerate!" Fire traveled through the vents. The enclosure became white. Flames filled greatcoats and rolled beneath armor plates. Men burned in ordered ranks. Some fell immediately. Others remained upright while their equipment fused to their bodies. Masks softened. Lenses collapsed inward. Hands became black claws around laser guns. The litany continued until burning lungs could no longer shape the words. Voss remained at the viewing port. The heat crazed the armor glass. Smoke concealed the lower ranks. Shapes moved within it, then stopped one by one. 3917 watched the pressure gauges. "Depot contamination prevented," he said. Voss did not answer. He stayed until every figure had fallen. The captive plague marine was interrogated that same cycle. The Mechanicus had removed what remained of his armor. Corroded plates lay stacked around the examination vault, each sealed beneath containment glass. His body had been suspended upright by chains driven through bone. He possessed one arm, no legs, and little below the sternum that resembled human anatomy. Still, he smiled. The expression opened cracks across a face swollen with disease. Flies moved between his teeth. Marshal 407. Ver stood beyond the containment field. Voss remained beside him. Magos biologist Omicron Var operated the interrogation machinery from behind a bank of brass instruments. "You expended an army to claim a hill," the captive said. "We expended what was required," Ver replied. "You do not mourn them. Mourning does not restore combat strength." "The plague." Marine laughed softly. "That is why we admire you." Voss looked toward him. "You butchered them." "We improve what we touch. Butcher is an imperial word for work performed without a seal." The captive strained against the chains. Diseased muscle opened around the hooks without bleeding. "You sons of Krieg have already abandoned comfort. You have abandoned names, families, hope, and the soft illusion that your lives possess value. You hide your faces. You surrender yourselves to numbers. You march into graves before the earth is dug." His remaining eye fixed upon Ver. "You are almost free." "From what?" Voss asked. "From the lie that suffering requires purpose." The Plague Marine's voice became gentle. "The Grandfather asks no man to earn forgiveness. He does not weigh flesh against duty. He gives meaning to decay. He makes every wound a cradle and every corpse a beginning." Ver's mask remained motionless. "Meaning is unnecessary." The captive tilted his head. "What remains without it?" "An order." Omicron Var activated the destruction apparatus. Purification flames erupted around the prisoner. Diseased flesh blackened. Fat and pus ran down the containment pillar. The Plague Marine laughed while his lungs cooked. His voice remained audible after his jaw had burned away. The last sound he made was not a scream. It was the low tolling of a bell. While the interrogation continued, Cestus Vane entered the Imperial supply network. He did not require sorcery to open every door. Sorcery was useful, but bureaucracy was more dependable. Plague cultists wore greatcoats, stripped from Krieg corpses. Rebreather masks concealed swollen faces and ritual scars. Identification plates had been taken from men killed at Ossuary Ridge. Their uniforms smelled of mud, blood, and chemical disinfectant, exactly as they should. Forged manifests passed through Munitorum checkpoints. Captured Vox codes identified entire shipments as priority replacement stock. Corrupted servitors repeated the correct authorization cant. Data seals bearing the sigils of legitimate Mechanicus forges opened depot gates that would have resisted an armored assault. The infiltrators did not attack the guards. They unloaded crates. They redirected trains. They exchanged contaminated filters for verified stock and replaced ammunition manifests with duplicates that sent tainted consignments toward regiments already weakened by battle. Cestus Vane watched through the eyes of flies gathered within a depot lumen. "Order," he murmured from his laboratory, "the Imperium's oldest disease." A plague surgeon beside him turned a valve, filling hundreds of filter canisters with invisible spores. Vane caressed one with a rusted instrument. "Let them issue death by proper procedure." The first hospital fell without an alarm. Field Medici Station Septimus occupied 3 levels beneath a fortified rail junction. Surgical chambers filled the upper vaults. Recovery wards descended into tunnels where thousands of wounded waited beneath humming purification systems. Watchmaster 143-9 arrived with a grenadier section after the station missed 2 scheduled reports. The outer sentry remained at his post. He had been dead for hours. Something inside his uniform held him upright. The watchmaster touched the sentry's shoulder. The body collapsed, releasing a cloud of flies from beneath the helmet. "Seal masks," he ordered. The hospital doors opened automatically. Blood covered the first corridor. It had mixed with chemical disinfectant, to form a pink foam that reached the soldiers' boots. Surgical instruments lay scattered across the floor. A medici servitor crawled along one wall, dragging its own severed lower body by mechanical arms. The first corpse rose from an operating table. Its chest remained open. Retractors held the ribs apart. Internal organs hung from tubes and clamps. The dead soldier turned his head toward the grenadiers. "Ammunition," he whispered. 143-9 fired through the skull. More bodies moved. They fell from tables and pulled themselves from recovery cots. Infected medici personnel staggered from sealed chambers. Their protective suits stretched around masses growing beneath the skin. One man's arms had fused to his torso, while new limbs pressed from his back, tearing through rubberized fabric. The grenadiers advanced in pairs. Las fire crossed the corridor. Flamers burned treatment bays. Frag grenades burst among crowds of wounded dead, filling the air with bed frames, bone splinters, and pieces of medical machinery. A voice called from the recovery ward. "Watchmaster 143-9. He stopped. A wounded Krieg soldier lay beneath a collapsed partition. His mask was gone. Fungal threads filled his mouth and grew from the corners of his eyes. "Watchmaster," the man repeated. "Ammunition allocation remains below requirement." 143-9 recognized the voice. The soldier had served in his section before Trench Zero. "Identification," the Watchmaster said. "Trooper 143-18. Status: recoverable." The fungal threads tightened around the man's jaw. "Request ammunition." The Watchmaster raised his lasgun. "Request denied." He fired once. The clearing action lasted 4 hours. By its end, the hospital walls had been scorched black. Thousands of wounded were dead. Some had been infected. Others had been killed because no reliable test could separate them from those who were. The Watchmaster reported the station cleansed. He did not report recognizing 7 of the men he shot. Marshal Vere received confirmation of the forged manifests before the hospital fires cooled. Supply adepts projected the contaminated routes across Command Bastion Mortis. Red lines spread from the central depots into the trench network, the armored parks, and the orbital embarkation yards. "How much stock can be isolated?" Vere asked. "None with certainty," answered the Munitorum prefect. "Then destroy all depots linked to the manifests." The prefect stared at the map. "Marshal, those facilities contain hundreds of millions of filters, rations for 6 months, medici reserves for the entire Central Front. Destroy them. The front will suffer immediate shortages. It is already contaminated. Soldiers will be forced to reuse expired filters. Yes. Seal failure will increase deaths from industrial toxins, ash exposure, and chemical agents. Yes." Vere looked at him. "Begin." Depots burned across the Karen front. Mountains of filters melted into black slag. Ration warehouses became furnaces. Medical compounds ignited in clouds of toxic color. Ammunition trains detonated upon their sidings, hurling burning shells across surrounding districts. Frontline formations received new instructions. Retain all functioning filters. Clean charcoal membranes when possible. Exchange canisters only after total seal failure. Men began breathing through filters clogged with soot, blood, and mold. Some suffocated during marches. Others died when ordinary toxins penetrated weakened seals. The plague's immediate activation slowed. The death toll rose anyway. The administratum audit arrived after midnight. A scribe read the findings aloud, while the command chamber shook beneath distant bombardment. Suspect filter consignments confirmed within 64 Krieg regiments, 9 planetary defense armies, and 3 troop ships assigned for off-world redeployment. Voss turned toward the orbital display. "Order the vessels to remain docked." Transmission sent. Response: none. 3 icons moved upon the hololith. The troop ships had disengaged from their moorings. Plasma drives ignited beneath their hulls, burning through gantries, cargo platforms, and thousands of personnel still trapped upon the embarkation towers. The vessels climbed through the poisoned atmosphere, trailing debris and bodies. "Disable their engines," Voss ordered. "Defense batteries report corrupted command relays. Contact the Navy. Vox interference increasing." Marshal Vere watched the 3 ships rise toward orbit. Each carried soldiers, equipment, and enough dormant plague to murder worlds. Far beneath the command bunker, the charnel bell began its second toll. The dead beneath Ossuary Ridge had begun to move in patterns. Seismic needles recorded their passage through the earth as slow, rhythmic tremors. They did not resemble artillery impacts, mining charges, or the collapse of damaged fortifications. The movements traveled beneath the Karen front in deliberate lines, converging upon the atmospheric cathedrals of the Morning Crown. Engineer Sergeant 55120 laid the parchment traces across the command table. "Pumping action," he said. Marshal 407 Vere examined the marked routes. "Depth? Between 60 and 90 meters. Multiple conduits, all enemy excavations." "What do they carry?" "Liquid volume exceeds groundwater flow. Temperature is above ambient. Biological density is unknown." Commissar Severin Voss stood beside the Marshal. The command bunker still carried the low vibration of the charnel bell through its foundations. Dust shifted across the maps with every distant toll. "Plague matter," Voss said. "Probable," answered the engineer sergeant. "The conduits approach 3 atmospheric processors and the primary aquifer beneath Hive Volcaran." Vere moved one gloved finger to the nearest convergence. "Can artillery reach it?" "No. The enemy workings lie beneath the hardened strata. Surface bombardment would collapse Imperial saps before damaging their machinery." Alternative: a deep raid. 55120 placed a second map over the seismic trace. Imperial mining galleries extended beneath the forward line, some abandoned after countermining actions, others unfinished when plague bombardment drove the labor battalions away. "We descend through SAP 9. We breach the nearest conduit here. Combat engineers destroy the pumping system. Grenadiers secure the route. Watchmaster 143-9's surviving section provides close protection." Voss looked at the narrow lines. "Extraction?" The engineer sergeant did not answer immediately. "Uncertain." Vere approved the operation. No one discussed the projected casualties. The raiders entered SAP 9 before the next artillery cycle. The tunnel mouth lay beneath a ruined shrine behind the second defensive belt. Krieg pioneers had driven the shaft downward at a steep angle, reinforcing it with timber taken from demolished hab blocks and beams recovered from collapsed bunkers. Much of the wood remained stained with the shapes of men crushed against it during earlier bombardments. Red lamps hung at intervals along the passage. Their light turned every mask lens black. The tunnel was barely wide enough for one soldier. Each man crawled with his lasgun beneath him, and demolition equipment lashed across his back. Rebreather hoses scraped against timber and stone. Mud pressed through greatcoat sleeves and entered gloves. Engineer Sergeant 55120 led. Behind him came 2 melter teams, a cable operator, and the Grenadiers. Watchmaster 143-9 followed with the remains of his section. 14 men had survived the fighting at Ossuary Ridge. 9 entered the sap. The earth shook. Dirt fell from the roof in wet clumps. A support beam groaned above them. Far beyond the tunnel walls came the muffled concussion of an enemy countermine. "Continue," 55120 ordered. The column crawled forward. A second detonation struck closer. The tunnel compressed around the 6th man. Timber split. Earth forced him against the floor and snapped the intake coupling of his rebreather hose. He reached for the damaged connection. A warning rune flashed across his lens. External atmosphere lethal. The soldier tried to reseat the hose. Mud packed the valve. His breathing became rapid as poisoned air entered the mask. The man behind him waited 3 seconds. Obstruction. The dying soldier flattened himself against the passage wall. The column crawled over him, boots pressed into his back, arms and helmet. No one apologized. No one could afford to turn. He continued working at the broken hose until the final man passed. Then he stopped moving. The raiders reached the lower gallery after 40 minutes. 551-20 raised a clenched fist. The column halted. A vibration moved through the wall ahead. It was not machinery alone. Something breathed within the stone. The engineer sergeant pressed an Auspex probe against the surface. The display showed a hollow space beyond, filled with heat, fluid movement, and irregular organic pulses. Breach preparation. The melter teams crawled forward. They fixed cutting charges in a narrow oval and covered them with blast sheeting. The soldiers withdrew behind the last. Traverse. Detonate! White fire opened the wall. Stone became vapor. Molten rock ran across the tunnel floor. Beyond the breach lay a conduit large enough for a battle tank, descending into green darkness. It had once been a manufactorum drainage artery. It was no longer entirely mechanical. Iron pipes pulsed beneath layers of translucent flesh. Rivets had swollen into tooth-like growths. The walls contracted around slow rivers of plague slurry, squeezing the liquid onward with the rhythm of a diseased heart. Faces moved beneath the surface. Some were human. Some had become something less. Eyes opened within the current. Mouths formed against the membrane and whispered through the wet skin. Help us. Water. Watchmaster. 143-9 turned his mask toward the slurry, a face resembling Trooper. 143-18 pressed against the wall from within. Fungal threads filled its mouth. Ammunition allocation remains insufficient, it whispered. 551-20 stepped between the Watchmaster and the conduit. Do not look directly at anything that speaks. The patrol entered the artery. The floor bowed beneath their weight. Each footstep produced a muscular contraction that traveled ahead into the dark. Nurglings watched from maintenance ducts, their swollen bodies shining with pus. Some giggled and retreated. Others gnawed upon cables, fingers and lengths of human intestine. A grenadier crushed one beneath his boot. The creature burst like an infected organ. Yellow fluid sprayed across the wall, where it began forming tiny, laughing mouths. Do not engage unless obstructed, the engineer sergeant said. Ammunition remains for the objective. They followed the artery downward. The smell penetrated every filter. Rot, hot metal, feces, and sweet chemical decay mixed upon the tongue. Warning runes flashed as canisters absorbed toxins beyond their design tolerances. The passage opened into a vast pumping chamber. Captured manufactorum engines filled the cavern. Pistons moved inside cages of bone. Flywheels turned beneath membranes stretched from pillar to pillar. Conveyor lines carried corpses toward grinders, whose teeth had been made from fused surgical instruments. The dead entered whole. They emerged as liquid. Servitors nailed into control stations operated the pumps with mechanical arms. Their remaining flesh had swollen around cables and pressure valves. Some still wore Mechanicus devotional tags. Their mouths repeated maintenance cant through lips eaten by mold. Nurglings infested the machinery in hundreds. They crawled through access hatches, swam in overflow channels, and stuffed pieces of flesh into intake valves while laughing at one another. 7 major pipes left the chamber. Each carried liquefied bodies toward the morning crown. 551-20 studied the supports. Primary charges on load columns, secondary charges beneath pump housings, melter charges at the main artery. A sapper looked toward the route behind them. Collapse radius includes the breach tunnel. Confirmed. Alternative extraction? Find one after placement. The engineers separated. Charges were fixed to the chamber's structural joints. Detonation cord crossed the floor in black lines. Grenadiers covered the approaches, while Watchmaster 143-9 inspected the nearest command alcove. Movement disturbed the green vapor. The air folded inward. Warning icons screamed across every mask display. 5 shapes appeared within the pumping chamber. Teleportation displaced stone, machinery, and men alike. One engineer vanished beneath the arrival of a Blightlord Terminator. His body burst between the armored boots and the floor, blood forced outward in a ring. Another materialized halfway through a servitor station. Metal and flesh fused around his Terminator plate. The corrupted machinery screamed with him, then accepted him into its systems. The Blightlords opened fire. Combi bolters filled the narrow chamber with mass reactive shells. The first volley struck 3 engineers. One lost his head. The shell detonated behind the mask, spreading skull fragments across the men beside him. Another was hit in the abdomen and opened from spine to sternum. His intestines struck the pump housing and wrapped around a turning gear. The third remained. Standing after both arms were torn away. A second burst removed his torso. Withdraw to the prepared chambers, 551-20 ordered. The Krieg did not fire at the Terminators. Not yet. They fell back through the drainage artery while the Blightlords advanced. Bubotic axes cut through pipes and machinery, spilling plague matter across the floor. One Terminator struck a Grenadier's shield. The blade passed through metal, arm and chest in the same stroke. The 2 halves of the soldier remained joined by strips of greatcoat until the traitor stepped between them. The first prepared chamber lay beyond a reinforced support arch. The Krieg crossed it. Mine 1. The engineer sergeant depressed the trigger. Charges buried beneath the floor detonated. The passage lifted beneath the leading Blightlord. Iron plating, diseased tissue and stone collapsed around him. The Terminator disappeared. His combi bolter continued firing from beneath the rubble. Shells punched through the debris and burst 2 Grenadiers apart. Blood covered the surviving soldiers' masks. One man's severed lower jaw hung from Watchmaster 143-9's shoulder plate. Continue withdrawal. They reached the second chamber. The roof had been cut and supported by 2 narrow columns. The Blightlords entered without slowing. Bolter fire shattered the first support before the Krieg could reach it. 551-20 detonated the second. Tons of contaminated earth fell. One Terminator vanished beneath the collapse. Another caught the descending roof upon his shoulders. His armor locked beneath the weight, pistons screaming as he held the passage open for those behind him. The Krieg fired into the exposed joints. Last bolts did little. A meltagun struck the Terminator's helm and reduced the upper half of his skull to vapor. The body remained upright, supporting the roof even after death. The surviving Blightlords advanced beneath it. Demolition carriers forward, the engineer sergeant ordered. 3 men removed heavy charges from their packs. Arm upon contact. If seized, detonate. They saluted. The first ran into the smoke. Bolter fire took his left leg, but momentum carried him forward. He crawled the remaining distance and wrapped both arms around a Terminator's ankle. The charge detonated. The blast tore the Krieg soldier into vapor and split the Blightlord's greave. Diseased flesh bulged through the rupture, black and threaded with worms. The second carrier reached the same warrior. A bubotic axe entered through his shoulder and emerged below the opposite hip. The Blightlord lifted him from the ground. The soldier depressed the charge rune. Fire filled the passage. The Terminator's lower body disappeared. He continued advancing upon both hands, dragging ruined armor through the mud. The third demolition carrier waited beside 143-9. Order. Hold. A voice came through the smoke. You spend yourselves without desire. Blightlord champion Harkon Pell stepped into view. His cataphractii plate was swollen beyond its original dimensions. Trophies hung from his armor upon chains made from vertebrae. A horned helm enclosed his head, its grill divided by a vertical maw that breathed flies. His bubotic axe dragged along the tunnel wall. The blade left rust and crawling mold in its wake. Empty vessels, Pell said. Hollow men inside numbered skins. Watchmaster 143-9 raised his laser gun. The champion laughed. "Let us fill you." The Watchmaster did not fire at him. His aim shifted toward the fractured support column behind Pell. "Objective first," he said. "Death second." The laser gun discharged. The weakened column broke. 551-20 triggered the remaining roof charges. The tunnel collapsed. Harkon Pell vanished beneath a mountain of rock, iron, and liquid corruption. The pressure wave threw the Krieg backward. One soldier struck the wall hard enough to drive his spinal column through the base of his skull. The Watchmaster was buried to the waist. Grenadiers pulled him free. "Champion neutralized?" one asked. A bubotic axe blade broke through the rubble. "Negative," answered 143-9. They moved on. The collapse had opened a side passage leading away from the pumping chamber. The survivors followed it through knee-deep effluent until they found a command vault grown around an ancient Mechanicus control station. Brass plates covered the walls. A map had been carved into them with surgical precision. 7 cauldrons were marked beneath the morning crown. 6 glowed with green light. Black channels linked them to the charnel bell beneath Hive Volkaren. The 7th remained dark. 551-20 connected a data spike to the control altar. Corrupted information flooded the portable slate. 6 active, he said. 1 incomplete. "What does it require?" Voss asked through the cable relay from the surface. The engineer sergeant read the translated data. "Mass concentration, living bodies, dead bodies, sufficient biological saturation around the atmospheric processors." "How many?" "The map does not specify." 143-9 looked toward the 7 circles. "The enemy intends to make the battlefield part of the mechanism." "Confirmed." Something moved beneath the command altar. The grenadiers fired into it until the floor stopped breathing. 551-20 secured the plague map and raised the primary detonator. "Charges armed." "Extraction route identified?" asked the cable operator. The engineer sergeant looked toward a maintenance hatch beneath the western wall. "Possible sewage conduit." "Capacity?" 1 man at a time. "Pursuit expected." "Yes." He depressed the trigger. The pumping chamber ceased to exist. Melter charges tore through the main artery. Structural columns vanished. Captured manufacturum engines collapsed into the cauldron below. Thousands of tons of earth descended as one mass, crushing machinery, nurglings, servitors, and buried blight lords together. The shock traveled for kilometers. Imperial saps folded. Death Guard conduits burst. Plague slurry erupted from shell holes across no man's land in black fountains filled with human teeth. The Krieg crawled into the sewage conduit. It was barely wider than their shoulders. Contaminated water rose above their mask lenses whenever the passage dipped. Men pulled themselves forward by elbows and bayonet blades. Poxwalkers entered behind them. The wounded took the rear. Each man remained at a junction with his rifle, grenades and remaining ammunition. Bolter wounds, broken limbs and failing filters no longer mattered. "Proceed," the first wounded grenadier said. The column left him. Last fire flashed behind them. Then grenades. Then silence. At the next junction, another soldier stopped. At the next, another. The pursuing dead slowed. They did not stop. Near the surface, the red lamps failed. Darkness filled the conduit. Watchmaster 143-9 heard whispering inside his mask. Not through the vox, not through the air. Inside the bone of his skull. 7 vessels. He stopped crawling. The soldier behind him collided with his boots. "Obstruction?" The Watchmaster listened. 6 are filled. The voice belonged to malignant plague caster Dregor Bile. 143-9 knew the name without having heard it before. "One waits for you." Pain entered behind his eyes. A bell sounded within his head. The first toll cracked blood vessels across his vision. The second tightened around his hearts. The third carried the smell of wet earth and opened graves. The Watchmaster resumed crawling. Report, 55120 ordered from ahead. Psychic contact, 143-9 answered. Symptoms? Auditory manifestation, cranial pain, possible contamination. Operational? Yes. They reached the surface through a drainage outlet behind the Imperial second line. Medicae personnel dragged the survivors from the black water. Of the men who had entered SAP 9, fewer than half emerged. The Watchmaster surrendered his weapon for decontamination. The voice inside his skull whispered again. 1. His rebreather drew air. 2. It filtered the poison. 3. The Watchmaster reported the symptom without emotion. The bell had begun counting his breaths. Marshal 407. Vere authorized the death of a world at 3 minutes past local midnight. The order traveled from Command Bastion Mortis through buried fiber, lines, armored Vox relays, astropathic choirs and command stations that had already been abandoned by the living. It crossed 6 continents. It reached regimental headquarters beneath hives, artillery citadels carved into mountains, armored depots hidden under ash dunes and troopships burning in low orbit. Every viable formation upon Othris Secundus received the same instruction. Advance. More than 1 billion soldiers, labor conscripts, servitors, tank crews, Medici personnel and supply workers were assigned to the operation. Most would never see Ossuary Ridge or the Morning Crown. They would attack plague armies across distant continents, hold industrial districts already marked for destruction, or carry ammunition toward guns that would consume both shells and crews before dawn. Within the Karen theater, hundreds of millions prepared to leave their trenches. Commissar Severin Voss stood beside Vere as the final acknowledgements entered the strategium. "You intend to commit every reserve," Voss said. "Yes." "No formation remains unassigned." "Correct." "If the offensive fails, there will be no second line." Vere looked upon the hololithic image of the Morning Crown. 7 subterranean conduits pulsed beneath it like diseased arteries. 6 cauldrons were active. The 7th waited.
Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Support really helps.
"Delay improves the enemy position," the Marshal said. "Therefore delay is defeat." "And the cost?" Vere expanded the casualty projections. Red numbers spread across the display until entire continents disappeared beneath them, within acceptable parameters. The Commissar read the estimates. The words meant nothing at that scale. 1 million dead could be understood only as ammunition expenditure, railway capacity, and burial volume. 10 million became an administrative problem. 100 million became weather, a condition of the battlefield against which all further decisions were made. Voss looked toward the officers waiting around the chamber. No one protested. The Krieg did not require hope before an assault. They required a timetable. At the appointed hour, Continental artillery lines opened fire. The northern horizon became white, then the east, then every direction at once. Earthshaker batteries discharged in sequences, calculated by cogitators and corrected by men bleeding inside their masks. Medusa siege guns hurled bunker-breaking shells into plague fortifications. Heavy mortars and quad launchers filled the upper air with descending metal. Railway guns fired from hidden tunnels and rolled backward upon tracks slick with oil and blood. The planet trembled beneath the barrage. Hive towers shed windows. Manufactorum walls cracked. Ash seas rippled for kilometers around every gun line. Across the southern continent, shellfire flattened a mountain ridge that had stood since before mankind discovered fire. Captain 826 commanded the Karen bombardment from what remained of Battery Citadel 17. Half the original command dugout had collapsed. Timber braces groaned beneath the weight of poisoned earth. Dead signals officers remained beneath fallen beams, because removing them would have required interrupting communications. A map covered the artillery table. It had been patched with strips cut from ration cartons and the clean inner layers of greatcoats. First concentration complete, an officer reported. Second begins immediately, the captain answered. Ammunition expenditure exceeds 6 million shells. Record the expenditure. Medusa barrels at maximum tolerance. Continue. A warning klaxon sounded in the western gun pit. One of the siege cannon discharged. The barrels split. Steel peeled backward and scythed through the crew. A loader's head vanished. Another man was cut open from shoulder to hip, his organs falling across the ammunition trolley. The weapons machine spirit screamed through its control console. Servitors entered before the blood stopped moving. They dragged the dead aside, detached the ruined barrel, and began fitting a replacement, while the adjacent guns continued firing. Artillerymen stepped around the pieces of their comrades and calculated corrections upon slates stained with brain matter. Captain 826 listened to the reports. Atmospheric distortion increasing. Reduce elevation by 1 degree. Observation post reports plague. Fog obscuring the target. Fire through it. Enemy positions unconfirmed. The enemy occupies the ground ahead. Fire. The batteries obeyed. Shells crossed the sky in numbers too great for the human eye to separate. Their passage became a single endless howl. Troop trains reached the forward stations beneath the barrage. They did not stop inside platforms. They entered communication trenches built around the rails and opened their doors while still moving. Krieg soldiers stepped down into mud, already crowded with wounded corpse collectors and ammunition carts. Some were crushed between carriages and trench walls. Their equipment was removed before the train cleared the station. Along the adjacent track, corpse wagons departed. Open carriages carried bodies stacked higher than the armor plating. Greatcoats covered some. Others had been stripped for reclamation and lay naked beneath the ash. Mechanical arms sprayed them with chemical sealant to prevent pieces falling onto the railway. The living arrived. The dead left. The trains never ceased moving. Across the ruins of Volkaran's outer districts, armored columns assembled in avenues kilometers wide. Lehman Russ battle tanks advanced beside Malkador heavies and Gorgon transports. Engineering vehicles carried mine plows, bridge sections, and excavation blades. Their exhaust darkened the already poisoned sky. Officers checked chronometers. Whistles rose to their lips. The barrage moved forward. Across thousands of kilometers of trench, the Krieg went over the top. Great-coated figures climbed ladders into machine gun fire, plague vapor, and falling fragments of the dead. Some reached the parapet and vanished beneath enemy shells. Others were struck while still climbing, their bodies falling backward and knocking men from the ladders below. The next ranks climbed over them. The assault was vast, but it was not without order. The first waves carried wire cutters, Bangalore charges, and portable shields. Specialist teams advanced toward marked strongpoints. Officers used signal lamps, where Vox interference made command channels unreliable. Follow-up formations carried sandbags, ammunition, and prefabricated firing steps, ready to convert every captured crater into an Imperial position. When a wave collapsed, the one behind divided around the dead and continued. When machine guns halted a company, mortar teams marked the emplacement with colored flares. Artillery struck the coordinates. Infantry advanced through the impact zone before the earth had stopped falling. Men died beneath friendly shells. The timetable did not change. Watchmaster 143. 9 climbed from the assault trench with the bell inside his skull, counting every breath. 1. His respirator drew poisoned air through the failing filter. 2. Artillery pressure struck his chest. 3. He led the remains of his company toward atmospheric Cathedral 6. The formation had begun the campaign with more than 200 soldiers. Fewer than 60 waited behind him at the departure line. Several bore white quarantine marks upon their shoulder plates. None had been cleared of infection. There were no clean formations left to replace them. "Maintain interval," the watchmaster ordered. A plague mortar landed among the second squad. Bodies lifted from the ground. One soldier's leg struck the watchmaster's back and slid into the crater beside him. Close interval. The surviving Krieg obeyed. Ahead, Gorgons breached the first wire belt. Mine rollers detonated beneath their armored bows, throwing columns of earth higher than the transports. One vehicle lost both forward tracks, but continued sliding upon momentum until it crushed the enemy trench beneath its hull. Its rear ramp opened. Infantry poured out directly into bolter fire. Lehman Russ tanks advanced through the smoke. Battle cannon shells struck Death Guard positions at close range. A Plague Marine disappeared beneath one impact and emerged without his left arm, still firing with the right. My Fittic Blight haulers scuttled from shell holes. One lunged beneath a Lehman Russ and drove a diseased cutting limb through the tank's belly armor. The engine compartment ruptured. Burning fuel entered the crew space. The commander forced himself halfway through the hatch. A stream of bile struck him and removed the flesh from his face. The tank's main gun fired before the ammunition ignited. The shells struck the Blight hauler at point-blank range and blew its upper body across 3 craters. The remainder continued crawling with pieces of the Lehman Russ hanging from its mouth. Behind the wreck, engineers raised sandbags and mounted a heavy stubber upon the dead tank's track guard. Within minutes, the ruin became a fortress. Death Riders raced through the armored gaps. Rittmaster 6612 led them across a shattered transit causeway toward Plague artillery concealed among the ossuary mounds. His chemically altered mount bled from both nostrils beneath its rebreather, but its pace did not diminish. The riders carried hunting lances, demolition charges, and no expectation of returning. A Death Guard mortar battery fired ahead of them. The shell passed overhead. The Rittmaster lowered his lance. Gunners! His riders struck the battery from the flank. Explosive lance tips tore Plague servants apart. Horses trampled cultists beneath reinforced hooves. One rider leapt from the saddle onto the hull of a Plague-burst crawler and forced a demolition charge through a ruptured exhaust port. A Plague knife entered his back and emerged through his chest. He armed the charge before the cultist pulled the blade free. The crawler exploded beneath him. Rittmaster 6612 did not slow. His surviving squadrons passed through the burning wreckage and continued toward the next battery. The Death Guard surrendered no ground cheaply. Every captured trench became another fortress. Plague Marines waited in collapsed dugouts until Krieg infantry passed, then rose behind them. Bolters fired at ranges where mass-reactive shells opened men from groin to throat. When ammunition drums emptied, the traitors drew plague knives, axes, and rusted flails. One flail struck a Krieg grenadier across the chest. The impact shattered his breastplate and drove fragments through both lungs. The diseased heads wrapped around him and pulled him into the Plague Marine's embrace. The Astartes squeezed until the soldier's ribs burst through his back. Plague spewers filled communication trenches. Burning fluid flowed downhill. Krieg soldiers tried to climb over one another as the filth rose around their boots. Greatcoats caught fire. Men fell and formed dams of bodies. Those trapped beneath them cooked slowly, their screams reduced to wet static by melting respirators. 143-9 reached the cathedral's outer defense line with 31 soldiers. "Breach left," he ordered. A demolition team crawled beneath bolter fire and fixed charges to the gatehouse. One man lost his head. The second continued laying cord across the first man's back because the corpse shielded him from fire. "Charge ready. Detonate." The gatehouse opened outward in a storm of iron. The Krieg entered atmospheric Cathedral 6. The turbine halls rose for kilometers above them. Vast machinery turned within the darkness, each blade large enough to bisect a hab tower. Plague growths covered the lower gantries. Human bodies had been fused into maintenance stations, their lungs inflating and collapsing with the cathedral's filtration cycle. The bell sounded inside the watchmaster's skull. 31. Not breaths now. Survivors. He raised his laser gun. Bayonets. Blades locked into place. The Krieg charged through the turbine hall. plague cultists fired from maintenance balconies. Lass bolts and stubber rounds crossed beneath rotating machinery. Soldiers fell into ventilation shafts and vanished between fan blades. Their blood returned moments later as red mist through the upper grills. A plague marine descended the central stair. His armor was swollen around a body crawling with tendrils. He fired until his bolter clicked empty, then drew a rusted cleaver. The first Krieg soldier thrust a bayonet into the traitor's abdomen. The blade entered a split in the plate. The plague marine drove the cleaver through the soldier's shoulder and into the chest of the man behind him. A third soldier pushed forward and fired his lasgun directly into the open wound. Others followed. They did not attempt to overpower the Astartes one by one. They packed the stair around him, locking his arms beneath bodies, while grenades were forced into ruptures in his armor. The explosion removed the center of the staircase. Men and traitor fell, together, into the turbine shaft. The watchmaster did not watch them land. Forward. Fewer than 20 soldiers reached the control nave. Its entrances were infested with demonic growths. Tendrils emerged from the walls and dragged men toward mouths hidden beneath the floor plates. Combat engineers placed charges at the supports. "We will seal ourselves inside," one reported. "Correct. No extraction route. Objective first." The charges detonated. Stone and machinery collapsed across the entrances, crushing plague cultists and severing the grasping tendrils. The surviving Krieg entered the control nave through falling dust. Technicians at the nave altar had become part of the machinery. Their arms ended in cable bundles. Their mouths opened and closed around Binharic prayers, corrupted into diseased chanting. 143-9 shot them. The control throne fell silent. "Cathedral 6 secured," he transmitted. Commissar Voss arrived with the reserve command group. Only 11 soldiers of the Watchmaster's company remained standing. Voss looked upon them. Greatcoats hung in burned strips. Several masks were cracked. One man held his own severed hand beneath his arm because the bayonet remained attached to it and could still be reclaimed. No one requested treatment. Voss climbed the central gantry, carrying the Imperial Aquila recovered from Bastion 17. Blood had dried around the point where it had once pierced the dead standard-bearer. He drove it into the control platform. The Aquila rose above atmospheric Cathedral 6. Reports entered from across the Karen front. Cathedral 2 secured. Cathedral 5 under Imperial control. Cathedral 7 reports enemy withdrawal. Cathedral 8 secured by the 32nd Assault Group. 5 of the 9 towers had fallen. For the first time since the Death Guard entered the system, their formations were moving backward. Plague Marines withdrew beneath covering fire. Demon engines abandoned trench lines. Poxwalker masses collapsed when artillery severed their links to the cauldrons. Within Command Bastion Mortis, Marshal Vere studied the tactical display. "Enemy displacement exceeds projection," an officer reported. "Imperial casualties. Within projected range. Then the offensive remains acceptable." No triumph entered his voice. No officer cheered. Othris Secundus had purchased 5 towers with mountains of dead. The ledger balanced. Beneath Cathedral 6, something opened its eyes. The 7th Cauldron had waited for concentration. The Krieg had provided it. Millions of living bodies crowded around the Morning Crown. Millions more lay in shell holes, collapsed trenches, and burning vehicles. Exhaust, fear, chemical fog, blood, human waste, and plague residue saturated the ground. The offensive had assembled the sacrifice exactly where the Death Guard required it. The cauldron filled. Across all 9 atmospheric cathedrals, control runes changed from Imperial Red to diseased green. 143-9 looked toward the nave altar. "System activation," a surviving engineer reported. "By whose command?" "No command received." The turbine slowed, then reversed. A sound entered the cathedral. It was too deep to hear with the ears alone. It traveled through steel, bone, and blood. It passed through mask filters, field telephones and Vox relays. It entered every trench surrounding the Morning Crown. The charnel bell sounded. Once, twice, the Krieg dead moved. A hand emerged from the wall of a shell crater. Another pushed through mud packed with blood. Across thousands of kilometers, corpses opened their eyes behind shattered respirators. Men without legs dragged themselves from trenches. Bodies bisected by artillery pulled their severed halves after them with lengths of intestine. Heads whispered from the wire. Maintain interval. Check ammunition. Advance. Millions of Krieg dead clawed upward beneath the Aquila. Voss stared from the cathedral gantry as the battlefield rose. The Death Guard had never fought to defend the towers. They had waited for the Imperium to gather its dead around them. Beneath his mask, Watchmaster 143-9 heard the bell count again. Not breaths, bodies. The wire began growing teeth. Along the shattered approaches to atmospheric, Cathedral 6, rusted coils shuddered beneath the rain. Iron barbs split open and pushed white enamel points through their corroded skins. Human molars, incisors, and broken fangs sprouted by the thousand, clicking together whenever the wind moved through them. Shell craters filled from below. The mud swelled. Yellow bile rose through cracks in the earth, carrying fingers, eyeballs, and strips of uniform to the surface. Men who stepped too close were seized by roots made from knotted veins. The roots entered boots, climbed through trouser legs, and burrowed beneath flesh in search of warmth. The trenches changed last. Their walls contracted. Packed earth, timber, and corpse layers tightened like intestinal muscle. Firing bays narrowed around the soldiers occupying them. Revetments folded inward. Men were pinned shoulder to shoulder until ribs broke beneath flak plates and mask lenses shattered against helmets. A communication trench closed completely upon an entire platoon. For several seconds, gloved hands remained visible above the surface, clawing through mud that had become flesh. Then the ground swallowed them. Flies covered the sky. They came in clouds dense enough to bury the light. Searchlights turned upward and became pale discs behind the living darkness. The insects struck armor, entered weapon housings, and crawled beneath the rims of respirator lenses. Their wings produced a single immense vibration that moved through the battlefield like the breathing of a god. Watchmaster 143-9 stood within the control nave of atmospheric Cathedral 6 and watched the dead rise beneath the Imperial Aquila. The bell inside his skull counted with them. 1. A corpse pulled itself from a crater. 2. A headless artilleryman climbed over the parapet. 3. A soldier in a Krieg greatcoat reached for the cathedral doors. The dead wore the same masks as the living. Their uniforms bore the same regimental markings. Their weapons hung from the same slings. Some carried identification plates taken from bodies whose names had already been entered into casualty ledgers. Others retained enough memory to check firing mechanisms, adjust straps, and form crude ranks before advancing. One poxwalker reached a field telephone. Its lower jaw was missing. Fungal cords moved where the tongue had been. It lifted the receiver. Authentication required, said the operator at the distant exchange. The corpse tapped the correct sequence against the casing. The line opened. Behind it, hundreds of dead soldiers entered the communications bunker before the defenders understood what had happened. The 1st Reserve Battalion died without firing. Its sentries saw Krieg greatcoats approaching through the fog and waited for a challenge response. The dead gave the correct hand signals. They reached the wire, passed through the open gate, and attacked with bayonets, teeth, and broken fingers. An officer attempted to order a retreat. His command squad seized him from behind. Men he had led at Ossuary Ridge forced him across the map table and opened his abdomen with entrenching tools. They packed the wound with contaminated filters while he remained alive. Elsewhere, poxwalkers operated blast doors, ammunition hoists, and unloaded heavy weapons. They performed the remembered motions of service without understanding purpose. Dead gun crews traversed earthshakers toward Imperial positions and pulled triggers upon empty breaches. Dead signals personnel repeated obsolete orders through severed Vox lines. The enemy was not advancing toward the Imperial rear. It was already standing inside it. Morgul then gave the order from the broken ridge. "Harvest!" Plague bells answered across the current front. The Graven Harvest advanced. Plague Marines moved through the corpse formations in deliberate columns. Their bolters fired over the shoulders of resurrected Krieg soldiers. Fetid bloat drones descended behind them, fleshmowers churning the dead into wet bridges across shell holes. Plague-burst crawlers rolled through trenches that softened and widened beneath their tracks. The poxwalkers absorbed the Imperial fire. Heavy stubber rounds tore masks from dead faces. Last volleys burned limbs away. Lascannon beams passed through ranks of corpses and struck nothing vital enough to end them. Every body that fell became cover for the Plague Marines behind it. Blightlord Terminators teleported into the captured atmospheric cathedrals. Their arrival displaced machinery, stone, and defenders. One materialized inside a control station, crushing the Krieg operators into the consoles. Another appeared upon a gantry crowded with engineers. His mass broke the platform loose and carried men, metal, and diseased ceramite into the turbine abyss below. Vox channels filled with tolling. Orders dissolved into static. Authentication ciphers repeated backward. Soldiers heard their own voices issuing instructions they had never spoken. Some channels transmitted only the sound of wet breathing and distant laughter. Within command Bastion Mortis, Marshal 407 Vere, watched the front collapse into uncertain markers. Blue positions turned amber. Amber turned black. Signals officers attempted to verify each trench, bastion, and artillery park. Many answered correctly. Others used valid codes transmitted by voices belonging to men confirmed dead. Vere studied the pattern. Establish Red Line Protocol. Commissar Severin Voss heard the order through the cathedral relay. Define. Any formation failing current authentication is designated lost. Any position beyond the marked line is designated hostile. Survivors remain beyond it. Yes. How long will the sequence remain valid? Change it every 6 minutes. Voss looked down from the nave gallery. Thousands of living Krieg soldiers still fought among the dead outside. Signal lamps flashed from isolated trenches. Some positions held. Others were already silent. Marshal, the artillery will kill our own formations. The dead are using them as concealment. So are the living. Vere's answer came without hesitation. Then concealment is denied to both. Captain 8, 126, received the new coordinates beneath the collapsing roof of Battery Citadel 17. The red line covered hundreds of Imperial trenches. Some contained no living men. Some contained thousands. His surviving signals officers compared target grids with reports arriving from observers still trapped beyond the boundary. First concentration includes friendly positions, one said. All positions beyond the red line are hostile, the captain replied. Observation Post 9 signals active resistance. Did they authenticate? No. Target remains. Battery 4 requests confirmation. Confirm. The guns fired. Earthshaker shells descended upon the Krieg army. Trench lines vanished beneath explosions. Poxwalkers and living soldiers were torn apart together. Greatcoats became scraps spinning through black rain. Heads were driven into the mud hard enough to disappear. Bodies packed into dugouts were reduced to blood, forced through firing slits in pressurized streams. Signal lamps flashed from beyond the red line. Not please. Corrections. A lamp upon the eastern traverse transmitted 3 degrees left. Another marked a plague concentration 50 meters short of the previous impact. The men holding the lamps knew the next shells would land upon them. They continued transmitting. Captain 8, 126 entered the corrections. Fire! A full battery struck the traverse. The light disappeared. The barrage expanded across the front. Millions died beneath Imperial guns. Entire Krieg formations ceased to exist. The Poxwalker advance slowed as its mass was converted into red mud and fragments of bone. Plague Marines were buried beneath their own corpse screens. Demon engines sank into craters filled with burning slurry. The immediate breakthrough failed. The cost entered the ledger later. Rittmaster 6612 received the Red Line order while riding through the remains of Artillery Park Solon. Foetid bloat drones had entered among the guns. Their flesh mowers rotated through ammunition crews, severing legs and dragging men beneath the blades. One drone crossed an Earthshaker carriage and converted the crew into a rope of limbs and entrails wrapped around its central axle. Gun servitors continued loading around it. The Rittmaster lowered his hunting lance. His mount's chest armor had been torn open. Blood ran from beneath the plate. Stimulant injectors clicked automatically into swollen veins. "Drones," he ordered. The surviving Death Riders formed around him. They crossed the artillery park at full speed. Horses leapt burning trenches, wrecked gun carriages, and piles of dismembered crews. Riders passed beneath rotating blades and thrust explosive lances into demon armor. The first lance detonated against a fleshmower housing. The explosion tore away 3 blades but failed to stop the engine. The drone turned. Its remaining teeth caught horse and rider together. The animal came apart from the chest backward. Armored ribs, organs, and shattered saddle filled the air. The rider struck the ground among his mount's intestines, reached for a cracked grenade, and disappeared beneath the drone. A second Death Rider drove his lance into the exposed turbine. The charge burst. The drone fell sideways and crushed him beneath its diseased shell. 66-12 reached the largest engine. Its mower rose toward his mount. He pulled the reins hard. The horse reared. Reinforced hooves struck the drone's armor. The lower blades entered the animal's abdomen and opened it to the spine. The Rittmaster jumped. He landed upon the demon engine as his horse was dragged beneath it. The animal's organs wrapped around the mower and slowed the blades. 66-12 tore a demolition charge from his saddle harness. The drone rolled, trying to throw him beneath itself. He drove the charge into a split beside the turbine and kicked away. The explosion threw him across the artillery park. He struck a mound of body parts and broken gun components. One leg bent beneath him at an angle no living limb should hold. Behind him, the bloat drone descended into the mud trailing fire. The remaining riders destroyed 2 more. Enough survived to reach the guns. Artillery Park Solon resumed firing before the wounded had been removed. Then Morgul Ven entered every Imperial Vox channel. His voice came softly. No roar accompanied it. No madness. No fevered prayer. Only patience. Children of the dead world, you labor beautifully. Krieg soldiers heard him through field telephones, tank sets, and damaged mask receivers. His words came beneath artillery thunder and the buzzing of flies. You spend blood to deny us blood. You burn the infected and call the ash clean. You murder the living so the dead cannot hide behind them. A pause. You believe sacrifice diminishes our harvest. Within Cathedral 6, Voss listened while combat engineers prepared an escape route from the control nave. Ven continued. Every trench you fill enriches the soil. Every shell that opens a body plants what we have placed within it. Every act of obedience gathers you more closely around the garden. His voice lowered until it resembled a confession. You are not opposing us. The cathedral walls pulsed. You are completing the work. Voss cut the Vox feed. The voice continued from the dead speakers. Engineer Sergeant 55120 knelt beside the cathedral data core. Mechanicus cables ran from it into a portable containment unit, already crowded with warning runes. Extraction ready, he said. The western maintenance shaft descended through the cathedral's foundation. The upper route had been sealed by the combat engineers during the assault. Blightlord terminators were cutting through the collapsed entrances. Each impact of their axes shook dust from the nave roof. Watchmaster 143-9 stood beside a stack of replacement filters. The bell inside his skull became louder. He turned toward the crates. Contaminated. 551-20 checked the munitorum seals. Stock passed inspection. Contaminated. How determined? The Watchmaster placed one hand against his mask. The bell increases near them. Voss looked from him to the filters. The mark left by Dregor bile had darkened the veins around the Watchmaster's lenses. Blood leaked from beneath one eye seal. His breathing had become uneven, though his posture remained rigid. "You can sense the spores," Voss said. "Probable. Range? Unknown. Does it weaken you?" "Yes." Voss considered the answer. Not whether the Watchmaster could be saved, whether the damage could be used. "Take the lead." 143-9 saluted. The survivors left the nave carrying the data core. Blightlord axes broke through the sealed entrance as the last Krieg soldier entered the maintenance shaft. They descended through. Machinery that breathed around them. Whenever the Watchmaster's internal bell increased, they changed direction. Twice he identified filter depots hidden behind false walls. Both were packed with contaminated canisters, prepared for distribution. The engineers burned them. Each destruction weakened the tone for a few seconds. Then it returned. Within command Bastion Mortis, Quartermaster Major 3917, heard coughing behind the strategium table. A senior operations officer bent forward. Black fluid ran from the outlet of his rebreather. Another officer reached for him. Flies emerged from beneath both men's greatcoats. 3917 drew his bolt pistol. He shot the first through the head. The second died before turning. The quartermaster sealed the chamber. Marshal Vere remained at the map table, while the command staff reached for weapons, masks, and emergency Vox units. "Contamination source unknown," 3917 said. "All personnel exposed." Vere looked toward him. "Proceed." The quartermaster moved through the command staff. Each officer presented identification and symptoms. Some showed none. One passed blood testing. Another recited the current authentication sequence correctly. 3917 killed them all. Bolt rounds burst masks and skulls across the strategium. Blood covered the hololithic controls. A signals prefect attempted to unlock the blast door. The quartermaster shot him through the spine, then ended him with a second round. Servitors were destroyed. Scribes were burned with their records. Equipment, uniforms, and bodies were dragged into the adjoining command chapel and covered in promethium. Vere continued issuing orders while the fire burned behind him. When the purge ended, only the marshal and quartermaster remained alive in the chamber. Vere wiped blood from the edge of the tactical map with one glove. "You will assume command authority over internal security." "Rank?" "Quartermaster Colonel." 3917 saluted. No praise was offered. None was required. The data core from Cathedral 6 reached the bunker through a hardened cable relay. Its contents unfolded across the blood-covered table. 6 waveforms glowed upon the display. The charnel bell had completed 6 tones. The 7th remained dormant. Engineer Sergeant 551-20 transmitted from the maintenance tunnels. "The final tone is a planetary activation sequence. It will awaken dormant spores in contaminated filters, ships, depots, and personnel." Voss stood beside him in the dark passage. "How many formations?" "Potentially every Krieg formation on Othris Secundus." "And the troop ships?" "All contaminated vessels within transmission range." A final rune appeared. Time remaining. 31 hours. Inside his skull, Watchmaster 143-9 heard the bell inhale. The Imperial front contracted around Hive Volkaren like a fist closing around a wound. Trenches that had once housed millions were abandoned beneath plague fog. Others had flooded when corpse dams burst and released rivers of contaminated runoff through the lower communications lines. Some remained occupied, though not by the formations assigned to them. The dead stood at firing steps, stared through cracked lenses, and waited with unloaded rifles aimed toward the Imperium. Retreating Krieg formations did not call the movement a retreat. Orders designated it a rectification of frontage. The distinction mattered to the ledgers, if not to the men dying along the withdrawal routes. Regiments pulled back by timetable. Rear guards held intersections until the final ammunition carts passed, then detonated their trenches and themselves. Engineers destroyed bridges, while wounded soldiers remained upon them, firing into poxwalker columns until flame, iron and bodies vanished together into the drainage canals below. The surviving formations assembled within the outer manufacturum districts of Volkaren. There were no prepared defenses. The Krieg built them. Wrecked Lehman Rust tanks were dragged across transit avenues and filled with rubble. Malcador hulls became armored bunkers. Manufacturum walls were breached to create interlocking fields of fire. Loading cranes lowered ferrocrete slabs into roadways, while labor battalions packed the gaps with compacted corpses. The bodies were stacked, face inward. Masks, boots, and ammunition had already been reclaimed. Where masonry was scarce, the dead became revetments. Promethium sprayers sealed layers of flesh beneath ash and chemical foam. The walls sweated when artillery struck nearby. Fingers protruded between sandbags. Broken jaws opened and closed as pressure shifted through the barricades. The living worked without looking at them. A trench line crossed the assembly yards by dawn. A second followed before noon. Troop trains entered the eastern districts and unloaded men directly into firing bays. Corpse trains waited upon the neighboring tracks, already open, already hungry. Beyond the new perimeter, the dead marched. They did not move like the infected civilians who had first crossed the wire at Trench Zero. Those creatures had stumbled wherever hunger and plague instinct drove them. The resurrected Krieg retained fragments of drill. They formed crude files. They advanced by sections. When heavy stubber fire struck the leading ranks, those behind dropped into shell holes and crawled beneath the beaten zone. Men without legs pulled themselves forward with elbows, maintaining an interval learned in life. Headless soldiers followed the movement of bodies around them as though still receiving shouted orders. Some obeyed whistles. The Death Guard learned this quickly. Plague cultists sounded captured Krieg signals from behind the poxwalker lines. A single rising note sent the dead forward. 2 short blasts brought them to a halt. The old signal for gas attack caused thousands to check mask seals that no longer mattered, filling the battlefield with the synchronized click of dead hands upon dead equipment. At the western manufacturum gate, an Imperial whistle sounded the order to withdraw. The poxwalkers stopped attacking. They turned as one and moved aside. Krieg defenders watched, uncertain for the first time. Then Plague Marines advanced through the open corridor and fired into the gatehouse. Bolter shells burst men against the firing ports. A plague spewer washed the lower level in burning filth. The poxwalkers resumed their advance only after the traitors had broken the defensive line. Discipline had become another weapon against the Imperium. Watchmaster 143-9 encountered his dead section within Manufacturum Annex 17. The Cathedral Data Core had been transferred toward Command Bastion Mortis through a chain of armored relays. Voss, the Watchmaster and Engineer Sergeant, 551-20, accompanied the final ground convoy through the industrial district. The route had been declared secure. The dead had learned to use clearance codes. A blast door opened ahead of the convoy without command authorization. 12 figures stood beyond it. Krieg greatcoats, steel helmets, rebreather masks. The Watchmaster raised one fist. The escort halted. The figures moved into the red lumen light. Their flesh had swollen beneath their uniforms. Some coats had split around distended ribs. Black fungal threads pushed from mask filters and curled through bayonet rings. Limbs lost in earlier battles had been repaired with wire, scavenged braces, and pieces of other corpses. Identification plates hung from their necks. 143-9 read them. Trooper 143-18. Grenadier 143-27. Ammunition bearer 143-31. Men who had died at Trench Zero. Men he had left beneath bombardment. Men he had shot inside the field hospital. The dead raised their laser guns. Most weapons were empty. The motions remained exact. First rank, one poxwalker rasped. The words emerged through a mask packed with fungus. Fire! 3 dead soldiers pulled their triggers. Mechanisms clicked. Second rank, fire! The watchmaster stepped forward. His section moved behind him. Voss lifted his bolt pistol, but did not fire. The bell inside the watchmaster's skull had stopped counting breaths. It named the dead instead. He shot Trooper 18 through the left lens. The poxwalker fell backward. Another advanced over him. 143-9 fired again. A red bolt entered the mask grill and exited through the rear of the helmet, carrying rotten brain tissue across the blast door. The dead continued repeating his orders. Maintain interval. Retrieve. Equipment. Target remains active. He killed them one at a time. No command left his mouth. No explanation. Each shot entered a lens, grill, or damaged seal. Every target had once stood within his section. Every voice had once answered his inspections. The poxwalkers approached with weapons raised, performing their final drills, while lass fire burned through skulls already emptied of thought. The ammunition bearer reached him. The corpse still carried the section's supply harness. Empty las packs knocked together across its chest. Allocation insufficient, it whispered. The watchmaster fired beneath the chin. The head burst against an overhead pipe. Only the youngest trooper remained. The soldier had entered the regiment shortly before the Death Guard assault. His equipment had always been maintained beyond minimum standard. His bayonet ring had never shown rust. Even now, dead and swollen, the weapon beneath his rifle remained clean. The poxwalker stopped 3 paces away. Its head tilted. The right hand released the rifle. Slowly, with fingers stiff from decay, it rose toward the helmet. A salute. 143-9 shot through the lens. The body fell without lowering its hand. Silence returned to the annex. The watchmaster ejected his spent laspack and replaced it. 11 shots expended, he reported. 1 pack remains at partial charge. His hands shook as he locked the new pack into place. The motion failed. He removed it and tried again. Voss watched. He did not speak. The commissar had learned that Krieg grief did not announce itself through confession, tears, or pleas to the dead. It appeared as a weapon checked twice, a miscounted cartridge, a hand that failed to perform a movement repeated 10,000 times. The watchmaster seated the laspack on the 3rd attempt. Route clear. The convoy continued. Within command Bastion Mortis, the Cathedral Data Core revealed the final mechanism of the 7th breath. Mechanicus interpreters stripped away layers of corrupted Binharic, while the charnel bell vibrated through the bunker foundations. The recovered schematics displayed every standard Krieg rebreather test frequency issued through the Departamento Munitorum. Filter seal checks used a brief acoustic pulse. Pressure valves answered at a second harmonic. Emergency contamination drills employed a low, sustained tone carried through mask receivers and trench vox systems. The Death Guard had woven their activation sequence through all of them. Millions of Krieg soldiers performed the tests at every change of watch. They checked their masks before bombardments, after chemical alarms, and whenever entering a sealed vehicle. Their discipline had conditioned filters, lungs, and spores to the component frequencies. The 7th toll would combine them. Every mask would become a resonator. Every soldier would receive the signal through the equipment intended to preserve him. Magos Biologis. Omicron VAR projected the conclusion above the blood-stained command table. The plague has been prepared through repetition, he said. Each test reinforces biological responsiveness. Final activation will not require direct exposure to the bell's physical sound. Vox relays, atmospheric processors, and shipboard filtration networks will transmit sufficient resonance. Marshal 407. Vare studied the orbital symbols. Can the masks be removed? External atmosphere remains lethal across most theaters. Can their receivers be destroyed? Not before activation. Many units are integrated with pressure regulation. Can the final tone be blocked? Only by destroying the source or severing the atmospheric network. Voss looked toward the countdown. Fewer than 30 hours remained. Above Othris Secundus, the orbital war had become an execution. The 3 infected troop ships continued climbing toward the system translation points. Their hulls rolled slowly, defense turrets firing upon Imperial interceptors. Emergency signals transmitted from within, some begging for rescue, others repeating orders from officers confirmed dead. Plague ships advanced behind them. Boarding torpedoes struck quarantine vessels positioned around the planet. Death Guard warriors entered through ruptured armor and moved along corridors filled with decomposing crew. Bulkheads opened before them as infected ratings obeyed. Bold commands from the wrong side of death. The Imperial Navy refused every request for evacuation. Warships established a cordon around the planet. Lance batteries tracked troop transports, merchant vessels, and orbital stations alike. Any ship unable to transmit uncontaminated biometric records received a final warning. After that came fire. One transport attempted to break orbit, carrying more than 200,000 soldiers. Its captain transmitted the correct codes. The Navy destroyed it anyway. Lance fire cut the vessel in half. Atmosphere, men and equipment poured into the void. Thousands remained alive inside sealed compartments as the wreck rotated toward the planet, burning upon re-entry. There would be no rescue from Othris Secundus, only containment. Marshal Vare designed the final operation, while the first orbital wreckage fell across the western continent. The charnel bell lay beneath Volcaran's ossuary reactors, below vaults filled with generations of processed dead. Surface access had been sealed by demonic growth and Death Guard fortification. Conventional bombardment risked rupturing the reactors before the atmospheric cathedrals could be controlled. The Krieg would reach it from below. Hades' breaching drills would descend through the manufactorum foundations, pass beneath the ossuary vaults, and break into the bell's lower chambers. Combat engineers would open the route. Grenadiers would secure it. Demolition teams would destroy the plague cauldrons and disable the resonator. 3 surface offensives would begin simultaneously. One against the plague artillery north of the hive. One against the western cathedral approaches. One through the central manufactorum ruins. Their purpose was not conquest. They would force Morgul Ven to commit the graven harvest away from the drilling sites. The atmospheric cathedrals would then be inverted. The structures that purified the planet's air would draw promethium vapor, industrial toxins, and reactor heat into their turbines. Once activated, the Morning Crown would cease regulating the atmosphere and become an incendiary sterilization network. Voss read the projections. The firestorms will cross every inhabited district. Yes, Vare said. Survival inside the hives? Negligible. Imperial formations remain across the planet. They will receive warning after initiation. Why after? To prevent compromised channels alerting the enemy. The Marshal began assigning formations. Ritmaster 6612 would lead the remaining Death Riders against the plague artillery. The cavalry numbered fewer than a regiment and possessed mounts already dying from chemical exposure. Their mission required them to cross 3 defense belts and destroy enough plague-burst crawlers to keep the drill sites concealed. Captain 826 would command the final barrage. His batteries would fire until overrun or until their barrels failed. There was no ammunition reserved for withdrawal. Quartermaster Colonel 3917 would hold Filter Manufactorum Primus, where the remaining stockpiles had been assembled for destruction. The facility could not fall intact. Every filter, ration pack and Medici reserve would burn before the Death Guard reached it. The quartermaster listened to the order. Required duration, until ignition confirmation. Expected enemy strength, exceeds defensive capacity. Understood. Engineer Sergeant 55120 prepared the Hades drills beneath the southern assembly yards. The machines rested upon crawler platforms surrounded by incense, cables, and ammunition crates. Their breaching heads were toothed cylinders designed to chew through bunker foundations. Tech priests moved around them, anointing blades with oil, while engineers loaded melter charges into armored compartments. 55120 removed his greatcoat inside a sealed preparation chamber. Black lesions covered his chest. They spread from the ribs toward the throat in branching patterns. The skin around them moved with each toll of the bell. When he pressed a glove against one, something beneath the flesh pressed back. A Medici servitor scanned him. Infection confirmed. Operational time? Uncertain. Minimum. 4 hours before severe systemic compromise. The engineer sergeant refastened his coat. He entered the command station and stood before Marshal Vere. Request deepest demolition assignment. Voss looked toward him. You are infected. Confirmed. You should be quarantined. My operational life exceeds projected mission duration. Vere reviewed the drilling plan. Survival probability for the deepest team is below 1%. 55120 saluted. Then infection does not alter the calculation. The Marshal approved the request. No commendation followed. Outside, thousands of Krieg soldiers dug their final assembly trenches through the manufactorum floor. Entrenching tools struck ferrocrete, bone, and old machine foundations. Men labored beneath falling ash, while artillery lit the horizon. The trenches would shelter assault formations for less than an hour. Most would collapse when the Hades drills began. They were built anyway. Voss stood beside Vere at the edge of the excavation. What happens if the bell cannot be silenced? The Marshal watched the soldiers dig. Othris Secundus will be sterilized. With our troops still upon it? Vere turned his skull mask toward the Commissar. There will be no distinction by then. Below them, the digging continued. The dead had marched twice. The living prepared to follow them underground. The Hades breaching drills began their descent beneath Hive Volcaran, while the bells of the manufactorum shift change were still tolling. Their grinding heads entered the ferrocrete floor of the southern assembly yards and vanished beneath clouds of powdered stone. Each machine was a weaponized excavation engine, a long iron body mounted behind a toothed drill head large enough to consume a bunker wall. Pistons hammered, tracks screamed against their restraints, incense mixed with exhaust until the air tasted of hot metal and funeral smoke. Tech priests walked beside the machines until the last possible moment, striking armor plates with sensors and chanting Binharic pleas to machine spirits that had no intention of surviving the operation. Then the ground swallowed the drills. Combat engineers rode inside compartments built for ammunition and machinery rather than men. They sat shoulder to shoulder beneath red emergency lumens, demolition packs wedged between their boots, shotguns held across their chests. There was no room to stand. Every vibration drove helmets against steel. Every turn of the cutting head filled the compartment with a grinding roar that entered through mask seals and shook teeth inside skulls. Engineer Sergeant 55120 occupied the forward control cradle. Black lesions had spread beneath his greatcoat. They reached his throat now, hard knots pressing against the inner surface of his rebreather collar. His left hand had lost sensation. He kept it strapped around the detonation case so it could not fall away from the controls. The drill descended. Its teeth crushed reinforcement beams, utility conduits and foundations laid thousands of years before the birth of any living man upon Othris Secundus. Fragments of ancient hab structures passed through the grinding head. Then came bone. The first ossuary layer entered the machine as powder. The second came as fused masses. Skulls shattered beneath the teeth. Vertebrae became white grit. Femurs split with rapid cracks that carried through the hull like distant lasfire. The dead of Volcaran had been buried beneath the hive for generations. Billions had entered the furnaces, rendering vats and storage vaults. Their remains supported the city above them. The Hades drill turned them into dust. Something else appeared in the spoil. Green tissue stretched between broken stones. It tightened around the cutting head, pulling against the drill's advance. Hooks of bone emerged from the tunnel wall and scraped along the hull. Mouths opened inside the compressed earth, biting at armor plates as the machine forced itself deeper. "Demonic accretion," reported the forward operator. 55120 watched pressure runes rise. "Increased torque. Drive temperature exceeds tolerance. Continue." The Hades drill screamed. Its teeth tore through the living obstruction. Black blood flooded around the hull and boiled against the engine casing. The mouth-filled earth convulsed. Several engineers were thrown from there. Restraints, striking heads, elbows and weapons against one another. An enemy countermine detonated to starboard. The blast compressed the compartment. One engineer disappeared between the inner hull and a collapsing armor plate. His body burst under the pressure, filling the narrow space with blood and fragments of rib. The soldier beside him pulled the dead man's shotgun free before the hull settled. Damage? Outer plate deformed, drive functional. Continue. Above them, the diversionary offensives began. Krieg infantry attacked the northern plague lines beneath a barrage, fired by guns already exceeding safe barrel wear. Whistles sounded. Great-coated formations climbed from assembly trenches and advanced through green fog. Their first waves carried wire charges and body shields made from welded scrap. The second followed with flamers and grenades. The third carried ammunition for men expected to be dead before they arrived. To the west, Rittmaster 6612 led the remnants of the Death Riders against the Plague artillery. His broken leg had been bound to the saddle frame with steel splints. Pain suppressants entered through an injector at the hip. His mount was not the animal he had ridden at Artillery Park Solon. That steed lay minced among the guns. The replacement bore fresh armor and old scars, its lungs rasping behind a muzzle rebreather. The Rittmaster raised his lance. The surviving cavalry crossed the corpse fields at full speed. Plague-burst crawlers fired over them toward the Imperial gun lines. Mortar shells descended behind the charge, throwing riders and horses into the air. Those still mounted continued toward the batteries. Those thrown clear dragged demolition packs through the mud until poxwalkers reached them. To the east, armored regiments advanced upon the atmospheric cathedrals. Lehman Russ tanks and Malcadors entered the ruins in columns wide enough to fill entire transit districts. Engineering vehicles pushed wreckage aside. Mine rollers detonated beneath them. Myphitic blight haulers emerged from collapsed structures and attacked the flanks. The purpose of every assault was deception. The Krieg were not attempting to win ground. They were spending formations to force Morgul Ven to look upward, while the Hades drills descended beneath him. The lead drill struck hollow space. The grinding head broke through an ossuary wall and plunged into darkness. The machine's forward section dropped. Harnesses snapped taut. Men slammed against one another, while the drill tore through a bridge of fused bone and came to rest upon a transit platform far below the hive. Emergency lumens flashed. 55120 released his restraints. Breach achieved. Engineers opened the forward hatch. Heat entered first, then the smell. The ossuary transit vault extended beyond the range of their lamps. Its walls were composed of human remains fused by industrial heat and pressure. Skulls stared from pillars. Arms and legs had been compressed into arches. Ribs formed pale layers within the masonry, the bones varnished black by centuries of smoke. Death Guard surgeons had converted the vault into a plague refinery. Iron gantries crossed vats filled with rendered corpses. Captured soldiers hung above them from hooks driven through shoulders, jaws, and pelvises. Their blood drained through tubes into the boiling liquid below. Some remained alive. Their bodies jerked whenever pumps drew fluid from them. Plague cultists worked among the machinery in stained surgical robes. Several had replaced their hands with saws, needles, and rusted scoops. Others pushed carts full of organs toward grinders. Nurglings floated in the vats, laughing as they wore loops of intestine like crowns. The Krieg left the drill. Long rifles were almost useless in the confined chamber. Engineers carried trench shotguns, flamers, frag grenades, and sharpened entrenching tools. The first cultist rushed them with a rotary saw. A shotgun blast opened him from chest to spine. Corrupted blood and pieces of lung covered the engineer who fired. The soldier did not pause to wipe his mask. Two more cultists descended from a gantry. A flamer washed them in promethium. Their surgical robes ignited. One fell into the vat, where hands beneath the surface pulled him apart. The assault team advanced. Shotguns fired into torsos at arm's length. Grenades rolled beneath machinery. Entrenching tools cut through necks, wrists, and swollen faces. A Krieg engineer drove his spade into a cultist's mouth and forced the blade through the back of the skull, then used the corpse as cover against a stream of infected needles. Plague fluids soaked greatcoats. Warning runes spread across mask displays. Decontamination required, one soldier reported. Time unavailable, 55120 answered. They continued. The first inner passage narrowed between reactor housings. Harkon Pell waited there. The Blight Lord champion emerged from the steam with 4 Terminators behind him. Damage from the tunnel collapse remained upon his armor. One horn had broken from his helm. A section of cataphracti plate had been replaced by iron ribs chained across crawling flesh. "You buried us," Pell said. His Vox voice filled the corridor. We continued. The Blight Lords opened fire. Combi bolter shells crossed the passage at chest height. 3 engineers vanished into fragments. One round entered a mask lens and detonated within the skull, forcing the man's face outward through the respirator grill. Another tore through an engineer's shoulder and burst inside the soldier behind him, mixing both bodies against the wall. The Krieg fired. Las bolts blackened Terminator plate. Shotgun pellets flattened against corrupted ceramite. A melter blast struck one Blight Lord's breastplate and opened a glowing crater, but the traitor advanced through the heat. "Fall back by sequence," 55120 ordered. The engineers withdrew into the vault. Pell followed. His bubotic axe struck a Krieg shield and passed through it, through the arm holding it, and through the soldier's chest. The blade emerged carrying pieces of heart and spine. 55120 waited until the Blight Lords crossed the marked floor plates. Remote Mine 1. The first charge detonated beneath them. The corridor floor opened into reactor machinery. 2 Blight Lords fell. One vanished between turning gears and erupted from the mechanism as a shower of diseased tissue and metal shards. The second caught the edge with one hand, his weight pulling stone loose around him. A grenadier stepped forward and fired a melter gun into the gripping fingers. The Blight Lord fell into the machinery. Pell crossed the broken floor without slowing. He drove one arm through the wall, anchored himself, and swung onto the remaining ledge. His Terminators followed. Remote Mine 2. A second section collapsed. One Blight Lord disappeared beneath falling bone masonry. Another remained standing beneath the debris, firing through the avalanche while his armor sank into it. The Krieg did not wait to see whether the traitor died. They entered a maintenance passage hidden behind a reactor conduit. Watchmaster 143-9 led. The charnel bell burned inside his skull. Each step deeper intensified the pressure. Blood filled the space beneath his mask lenses and ran down his cheeks. His vision narrowed to red shapes and pulsing shadows. A Medici attendant raised an injector. Sedative may preserve function. It may reduce sensitivity. Confirmed. then denied. The watchmaster placed one hand against the wall. The stone vibrated beneath his glove. Left passage. 55120 checked the Mechanicus schematic. No passage recorded. There is one. The engineers cut through the wall. A narrow maintenance artery waited beyond it, lined with cables that pulsed like nerves. The route did not exist on any imperial plan. It descended toward the bell. 143.9 guided them through junction after junction. At each turn, the tone within his skull changed. It grew louder near contaminated stockpiles, plague conduits, and hidden chambers. He followed the pain as another soldier might follow an Auspex beacon. Blood overflowed his mask seal. Voss walked behind him. How long can you remain operational? Until failure. That is not a duration. It is sufficient. The passage opened into the primary laboratory. Thousands of stolen Krieg filters hung from the ceiling. They grew from fleshy branches like diseased fruit, each canister wrapped in veins and glistening membranes. Rebreather hoses descended into vats, where human lungs inflated and collapsed in black fluid. Spores moved through transparent tubing toward distribution racks, bearing authentic Munitorum seals. Cestus Vane stood among them. The Biologus putrefier's armor had swollen around laboratories of glass and brass. Syringes protruded from his back. Alembics bubbled at his shoulders. One arm ended in a cluster of injector claws. Exemplary specimens, Vane said. You preserve contamination more faithfully than any culture vessel. The engineers spread through the chamber. Vane watched them with amusement. Your masks are nurseries. Your rituals are incubation cycles. Your obedience is the purest vector I have ever cultivated. 55120 raised his shotgun. The Biologus laughed. You brought projectile weapons into a room full of your own breath. A wounded engineer lay near the laboratory entrance. Bolter fragments had opened his abdomen during the withdrawal. He pressed both hands against the wound while blood pooled beneath him. His shotgun rested beyond reach. Vane approached. Still alive, the Biologus murmured. How dutiful. The wounded soldier looked toward 55120. The engineer sergeant gave no signal. None was needed. Vane bent over the casualty, injector claws unfolding. Let us see what loyalty tastes like before it rots. A remote mine lay beneath the wounded man. 55120 depressed the trigger. The laboratory vanished in fire. The explosion tore filters from the ceiling and converted glass vessels into clouds of infected shards. Flesh branches burst. Burning canisters crossed the chamber like artillery fragments. Cestus Vane came apart. His upper body struck one wall. His lower armor collapsed beside a vat. Tubes, organs, and laboratory engines scattered across the floor. One injector arm continued crawling through the flames, stabbing at shadows. The Krieg moved through the wreckage. Then, Morgul Ven entered. He came through the burning doorway with his Terminator plate scorched black. Sections of armor had split beneath previous bombardments, but the Lord of Virulence remained upright. His twin plague spewers unfolded beneath his arms. Wasteful, he said. The weapons fired. Burning corruption crossed the laboratory. Grenadiers became skeletal shapes inside green flame. Flesh slid from armor. One man raised his shield and watched his hands dissolve around the grips. Another continued firing after the lower half of his body had collapsed into slurry. Ven advanced through Lasfire. A Krieg soldier placed a crack grenade against his thigh. The Chaos Lord caught him by the torso and squeezed. Ribs and organs erupted through the greatcoat. Ven discarded the body and crushed the grenade beneath one boot. 55120 understood the difference between delaying an Astartes and fighting one. He looked toward Voss. Take the Watchmaster. Continue to the bell. We need the demolition team, Voss said. They are required here. That is not the mission. It is now. The engineer sergeant opened the inner blast door. Voss and 143-9 entered with the surviving grenadiers and the data core. 551-20 remained outside. He sealed the door. Morgul then killed 2 more engineers before turning toward him. "You carry rot beneath your coat," the Lord of Virulence said. "Confirmed. You could endure it. Unnecessary." 551-20 activated the secondary charges. The blast consumed the laboratory, the engineers and the passages behind them. The armored door bowed inward. Voss and the Watchmaster were thrown to the floor on the far side. Dust filled the corridor. The data core struck the wall, but remained sealed. For several seconds, nothing sounded behind them. Then metal groaned. A heavy impact struck the blast door. Another followed. Morgul Ven was still alive. He battered through meters of armored bulkhead, while Voss and 143-9 continued downward. The corridor ended at the charnel bell chamber. It was larger than a hive cathedral. The bell hung above an abyss, suspended by chains formed from fused spines, anchor cables and living roots. Its surface was iron, bone, and diseased flesh. Eyes opened across the metal whenever it moved. Human mouths covered the lower rim, each whispering the final thoughts of someone who had died upon Othris Secundus. The machine was alive, not alive as an animal lived, alive as a wound in reality. Every death upon the planet fed it. Blood traveled through subterranean conduits and entered the abyss. Souls burned within the metal. The bell's surface shifted with images of trenches, burning hives and corpse fields. 143-9 collapsed to one knee. The tone inside his skull became continuous. Voss examined the data core. "Can it be destroyed?" The Watchmaster looked toward the chains, the abyss and the flesh growing through the chamber walls. Visible structure is not the source. The data core confirmed it. The bell had spread into the planetary atmosphere, the cauldrons, and every contaminated filter. Destroying the chamber would damage the mechanism, but not silence the final transmission. Only one sequence remained viable. All 9 atmospheric reactors had to ignite simultaneously. The Morning Crown had to become a circle of fire vast enough to burn the psychic contagion from the air, the soil, and the minds of the infected. Behind them, the blast door bent inward again. Voss looked upon the bell. "To silence it, we burn the world." 143-9 rose. "Correct." The charnel bell began drawing breath for its 7th and final toll. Commissar Severin Voss transmitted the death sentence of Othris Secundus from beneath its oldest grave. The charnel bell hung above him, vast enough to eclipse the far side of the chamber. Its surface shifted between corroded iron and diseased flesh. Faces pushed from the metal, mouthed forgotten prayers, then sank beneath overlapping layers of rust. Every slow movement of the bell strained the chains suspending it above the abyss. Those chains were made from iron, spinal columns, and something that resembled the roots of a planet-sized tree. Watchmaster 143-9 stood beside the final surviving cable relay. Blood filled the lower half of his mask lenses. The sound inside his skull no longer counted breaths. It had become a pressure behind every thought, a promise waiting to be spoken. Voss opened the command channel. "Bastion Mortis, this is Commissar Voss. Bell chamber reached. Primary structure cannot be neutralized by local demolition." Static rolled across the line. Then Marshal 407 Ver answered. "Alternative. All 9 atmospheric reactors must be overloaded simultaneously. The bell chamber's coolant gates require manual release. Once initiated, the reaction cannot be reversed. Projected effect: continental firestorms, atmospheric ignition, total surface sterilization probable." The Marshal paused for less than a heartbeat. "Required delay?" Voss studied the data core. 7 minutes between coolant release and reactor convergence. Enemy proximity? A blow struck the armored blast door behind them. The entire chamber trembled. Immediate. Then 7 minutes will be purchased. The channel closed. Within Command Bastion Mortis, Ver issued the final mobilization order. Every surviving reserve entered combat assignment. Tank crews whose vehicles had been destroyed received rifles and joined the infantry. Artillerymen from shattered batteries were issued bayonets. Wounded soldiers able to stand were removed from medici stations and placed upon the firing line. Labour battalions received tools, captured weapons and boxes of ammunition with no instruction beyond direction and duration. No formation remained for evacuation. No transport was held in reserve. No road was marked for withdrawal. 7 minutes became the remaining operational life of the Imperial Army upon Othris Secundus. Orders moved through the ranks. Hold until relieved. There would be no relief. Maintain fire. There would be no resupply. Deny passage for 7 minutes. The soldiers checked their weapons. Across the Karen front, the last battle began. Plague-burst shells and earthshaker rounds crossed above the hives in opposing arcs. Their explosions joined until the sky became a roof of fire. Tracer lines passed through clouds of flies. Orbital wreckage descended in burning fragments, striking plague formations and Imperial lines without distinction. Super-heavy tanks advanced through Manufactorum District Primus. Baneblades fired. Demolisher cannon into corpse masses packed between hive towers. Their main guns flattened entire plazas. Shadows of plague marines disappeared beneath the impacts, only to rise from the collapsing ruins with armor stripped away and diseased bodies exposed. A shadow sword fired through the smoke. Its volcano cannon illuminated the battlefield like the opening of a sun. The beam struck a plague-fouled engine and continued through 3 hab blocks behind it. Ferrocrete became liquid. Thousands died without knowing which army had fired. Far beyond the central district, Titans moved behind curtains of burning rain. A warlord of the Legio Invicta appeared for several seconds between collapsing towers, its void shields flashing beneath plague artillery. Its plasma annihilator fired, turning an entire district white. Then something enormous struck its knee. The god machine staggered. Its war horn sounded across the hive. The note drowned beneath the charnel bell. Hive towers collapsed onto armies. One spire leaned for almost a minute before its lower supports failed. Hundreds of levels descended through smoke, crushing Krieg assault formations, poxwalker hordes and demon engines beneath burning ferrocrete. Tens of thousands vanished under the impact. The dust cloud rolled outward, carrying powdered bone, glass, and human ash. The formations behind the collapse divided around it. The attack continued. Captain 826 commanded the remaining artillery from inside Battery Citadel 17. Poxwalkers had entered the outer gun pits. Dead Krieg artillerymen climbed over sandbags and operated remembered loading drills with empty hands. Others tore living crews from their weapons and pushed them into open breaches. The captain watched hostile markers spread across the battery map. Gun 3 overrun. Gun 7 firing without authorization. Western ammunition pit compromised. An officer lifted his last pistol. Captain, withdrawal route remains through the southern trench. 826 checked the firing schedule. Withdrawal would reduce bombardment duration by 3 minutes. The position cannot be held. Correct. He opened the adjacent battery channel. This is Citadel 17. Record final target. The signals officer stared at him. Target coordinates coincide with this battery. Confirmed. Poxwalkers broke through the command entrance. Krieg guards fired at arm's length. Las bolts burned holes through masks identical to their own. One dead gunner seized a living soldier by the rebreather hose and dragged him into the corridor. Others followed, crawling over bodies and severed limbs. The captain transmitted the coordinates again. Adjacent batteries. Concentration on Citadel 17. Enemy force within gun line. A distant voice answered. Friendly strength? Operationally irrelevant. Impact in 1 minute. 826 looked through the observation slit. Plague Marines had entered among the Earthshakers. One lifted a gunner from the loading platform and crushed him against the breach. Another fired into an ammunition stack, detonating shells and men together. The captain adjusted the target slate. Elevation correction, reduced by half a degree. The poxwalkers reached the command table. A corpse wearing the insignia of his former ranging officer opened its mouth. "Correction acknowledged," it whispered. 826 drew his bolt pistol and shot the thing through the face. The first ranging shell fell long. He watched the impact through the slit. Final correction. Increase elevation by 1/4 degree. The adjacent batteries confirmed. The captain set the receiver beside the map. Outside, the sky filled with descending shells. His final transmission carried no prayer, only the corrected figure. Then the guns arrived. Battery Citadel. 17 disappeared beneath an overlapping concentration of Earthshaker, Medusa, and heavy mortar fire. Guns, crews, poxwalkers, and plague marines were driven into the earth. The command dugout collapsed beneath tons of burning soil. Ammunition detonated underground and lifted the battery a second time. The barrage continued after every signal from the Citadel ceased. Near atmospheric Cathedral 4, Ritmaster 66, 12 led the final Death Rider charge. Fewer than 200 cavalry remained. Their mounts bled through armor seams and coughed black foam into muzzle filters. Some ran on broken legs, reinforced with splints and stimulant pistons. The riders themselves carried wounds that would have earned immediate execution at any casualty station. Ahead, plague-burst crawlers moved into firing position against the cathedral. If their mortars silenced the reactor crews, one of the 9 ignition points would fail. 6612 lowered his hunting lance. "Target the drives." The cavalry advanced. Plague mortars fired. The first shell landed among the leading riders and burst into corrosive fluid. Horses and men dissolved together. Armor slid from exposed bone. One mount continued running after its rider had become a skeleton strapped to the saddle. The surviving Death Riders passed through the remains. Hunting lances struck demon armor. Explosive tips shattered track housings and ripped open diseased hulls. One crawler rolled sideways, crushing riders beneath its weight. Another fired its entropy cannon into the charge. Horses aged into collapsing bone. Steel lances became rust before reaching their targets. 6612 drove toward the central crawler. Its mortar rotated above him. A plague spewer fired from the hull. His mount took the stream across its flank. Flesh peeled away. The animal screamed through its rebreather, but continued for 6 more strides. Then the crawler struck it. Horse and rider disappeared beneath the forward tracks. 6612 was thrown clear, landed beneath the vehicle's armored shadow, and felt his damaged leg break again. The crawler advanced over him. He reached for his final demolition charge. The track descended. The Ritmaster forced the charge into the drive assembly between 2 grinding plates. Metal teeth caught his arm and pulled him upward. Bone cracked. His body folded beneath the machine. He armed the detonator. The crawler crushed him from the legs upward. The charge exploded before its tracks reached his skull. The demon engine halted. Its drive assembly burst outward in fire and black fluid. The mortar sagged. The surviving Death Riders passed the wreck and struck the next target. Cathedral 4 remained active. Beneath the hive, Engineer Sergeant 55120 regained consciousness inside the ruin of Cestus Vane's laboratory. The blast had opened his greatcoat and the body beneath it. Black lesions covered his torso. Several had ruptured into wet craters filled with moving fibers. His left arm hung useless, shoulder joint exposed through torn flesh. Blood filled his mask almost to the lenses. He breathed through it. Each inhalation pulled fluid into the filter. Each exhalation bubbled. Morgul Ven was gone. The Lord of Virulence had battered through the inner blast door and descended toward the bell chamber. Pieces of Terminator armor, flesh and dead engineers marked his path. 55120, found the maintenance schematic beneath a corpse. The coolant controls lay beyond the laboratory, accessible through ducts too narrow for armored warriors. He began crawling. The first duct was filled with hot vapor. The second contained cables that moved against his body like worms. He dragged himself forward with one arm, while the dead weight of the other caught against every rivet. His vision faded. He recited engineering procedures to preserve consciousness. Confirm pressure differential. He pulled himself across a junction. Inspect emergency seals. Something beneath his coat opened and released warm fluid down his legs. Verify primary gate status. He entered the next duct. Establish manual control. The words gave structure to pain. Release coolant upon command. He crawled deeper. In the bell chamber, Voss and Watchmaster 143-9 prepared the access passages. Grenadiers placed mines beneath the bridge, leading to the central dais. Demolition charges were fixed behind pillars and along the narrow stairways. Laser guns established overlapping fire through every entrance. There were fewer than 30 defenders. The first plague cultists entered through the eastern passage. The Krieg waited until the corridor filled. Fire! Lashbolts crossed in disciplined volleys. Bodies collapsed upon one another. Grenades burst among those behind, throwing infected flesh against the walls. Poxwalkers climbed over the dead. They wore Krieg masks and called obsolete commands through broken Vox grills. Advance by section. Maintain interval. Watchmaster 143-9 fired without answering. His psychic mark had spread. The flesh around his right eye had fused to the mask lens. Something moved beneath his throat seal. The bones of his fingers lengthened inside his gloves, splitting the material at the tips. Voss saw the changes. Report condition. Visual field reduced by half. Blood loss continuing. Right-hand mutation present. Auditory manifestation constant. Combat capability? Degraded. Can you maintain fire? Yes. The Watchmaster replaced his lashpack. His altered fingers struggled with the locking catch. He forced them into position until one broke. Additional symptom, he said. Fracture without functional loss. The next wave entered. A mine detonated beneath the bridge. Poxwalkers disappeared in a storm of limbs. The Krieg fired into survivors crawling across the broken span. Then the western bulkhead opened. Morgul Ven came through it. The Lord of Virulence had lost part of his left pauldron and sections of his breastplate. One plague spewer hung ruined beneath his arm. Melter Burns had opened his side from hip to chest, exposing swollen organs protected by crawling tendrils. He remained larger than any man in the chamber. He fired the surviving plague spewer. 3 grenadiers vanished beneath burning filth. Their armor emptied as flesh ran through the seams. The Krieg did not charge him. They withdrew. First firing line, then second. Each position had been prepared to kill time rather than the enemy. Ven crossed the first mine. The detonation tore armor from one leg. He continued. A melter team fired from the second barricade. White heat consumed his chest. The Lord of Virulence emerged with his exposed ribs glowing red. He reached the gunners and killed them with his hands. One was crushed against the wall. Another was lifted by the helmet until the spine pulled free from the torso. Ven threw the body into the next firing line. Withdraw, Voss ordered. The third squad remained behind. They fired until Ven reached them. Then they detonated the charges beneath their own feet. The chamber shook. Stone fell. The Chaos Lord rose from the collapse. He was slower. That was enough. 5 minutes remained. Marshal 407, Ver entered the bell chamber with the final Grenadier Reserve. He had abandoned Command Bastion Mortis after transmitting the last planetary orders. 30 soldiers followed him. Their armor bore chemical burns, old blood, and the white marks of suspected contamination. Ver crossed the bridge, while Morgul Ven emerged from the smoke. The two commanders faced one another beneath the bell. Ven's broken helm turned toward the Marshal. "At last," he said, a son of Krieg who understands. Ver raised his hotshot las pistol. You delayed the operation. You and I are the same creature beneath our armor. The Lord of Virulence spread his arms. We make sacraments from suffering. We build our kingdoms from corpses. Your soldiers kneel before duty. Mine kneel before truth. The bell moved above them. Both of us have made death sacred. Ver's answer came through the skull grill of his mask. Death is not sacred. The grenadiers armed their charges. It is expenditure. Ver fired. The hotshot beam struck Ven's ruined breastplate. The grenadiers detonated. The central dais disappeared. Explosions tore through its supports and broke the chains above. Stone, iron, and bodies collapsed into the abyss. The charnel bell lurched sideways. One vast chain snapped and fell across the chamber, crushing Krieg soldiers, poxwalkers, and plague cultists beneath linked vertebrae. Ver and Ven vanished beneath the collapse. Across Othris Secundus, the atmospheric reactors began to overload. One cathedral, then another. 6 ignition runes turned white upon the data core. 3 remained dark. Inside the coolant duct, 55120 reached for the manual gate. In the bell chamber, Voss stared at the incomplete sequence. Then the 7th tone began. It entered every Krieg mask upon Othris Secundus. Millions of soldiers heard the charnel bell draw breath and answer. The 7th breath awakened inside 1,000,000 sealed masks. Across Othris Secundus, soldiers stopped where they stood. Krieg infantry convulsed in firing bays. Tank crews collapsed across controls. Artillerymen fell beside open breaches, while shells waited in loading cradles. Men marching through the ruins of Hive Volcaran stiffened in perfect sequence, as though a command had passed down the line. Then their lungs began to flower. Fungal tendrils uncoiled from the charcoal membranes of their rebreather filters. They traveled through hoses on threads of blood and moisture, entered mouths, and forced themselves down throats. Branching growths filled bronchi, pierced lung walls, and wrapped around beating hearts. Some soldiers tore away their masks. It did not save them. Black stalks pushed through their jaws. Pale bulbs opened between their teeth. Spores poured from ruptured chests and became clouds of flies before touching the ground. Others retained enough control to fire upon themselves. Last shots burned through skulls. Bayonets entered beneath chins. Grenades detonated inside greatcoats, converting infected sections into scattered pieces before the plague could complete its work. Most simply fell. Their bodies struck the mud in rows. Seconds later, some began rising again. Within the hives, filter stations transmitted the final tone through ventilation shafts and habitation ducts. Billions had once depended upon those systems. The few remaining civilians died in chambers they had believed secure, clawing at sealed doors while fungal cords burst from their mouths and entered the machinery. In orbit, contaminated troop ships ceased transmitting. One vessel continued toward the system boundary with its plasma drives at full output. The ship's command deck had become a garden of swollen flesh. Dead crewmen remained plugged into their stations, hands operating controls through memories preserved by the plague. Imperial Navy vessels turned their weapons upon it. The troop ship did not answer the final warning. Lance fire cut through its engines. Plasma chambers ruptured. The vessel opened along its spine, spilling burning atmosphere and thousands of infected soldiers into the void. The charnel bell continued sounding beneath Hive Volcaran. Tons of rubble covered its dais. Broken chains hung into the abyss. The remains of grenadiers, plague cultists, and demonic growths lay fused beneath collapsed stone. Yet the bell's voice passed through every obstruction. It was no longer merely sound. It traveled through infected blood, poisoned soil, and the memory of pain. The dead world answered. Commissar Severin Voss regained consciousness beneath a collapsed control alcove. The impact had driven a metal strut through his left thigh. His storm coat was pinned beneath a slab of ferrocrete. One side of his breastplate had collapsed against his ribs, and every breath brought the taste of blood into his mouth. He reached for his bolt pistol. The weapon lay beneath a dead grenadier, whose lower body had disappeared under the rubble. Voss pulled it free. Nearby, something scraped against stone. Identification. A figure moved beneath a fallen console. Watchmaster 143-9. Voss dragged himself closer. The Watchmaster's mask had split down the center. Flesh had grown through the fracture and fused around the edges. His right eye was no longer human. It glowed behind a membrane crowded with black veins. The fingers of his right hand had lengthened into crooked talons that pressed through his glove. His left arm remained recognizable. It still held his laser gun. Condition, Voss said. Mutation accelerating. Pulmonary function reduced. Auditory manifestation increased. Can you stand? Yes. The Watchmaster pushed himself upright. Bone moved beneath his greatcoat in ways Voss refused to examine. A swelling traveled along the man's spine and vanished beneath the collar. Black fluid ran from the rebreather grill with each breath, yet his posture remained that of a soldier awaiting orders. The bell sounded again. 143-9 turned toward the chamber's eastern wall. What is it? Voss asked. Carrier frequency shifting. You can hear the transmission? Yes. Can it be stopped? No. The Watchmaster tilted his head, as though listening to distant artillery. It can. Be localized. Voss looked toward the damaged data core. Its casing remained lit beneath the rubble. Several runes flashed through a haze of static. How accurately? Within the bell chamber. That is not enough for orbital fire. Not orbital. Understanding came slowly through pain. Voss thought of the final strategic reserve listed upon the theater ledger. One Death Strike launcher remained operational beneath the Western Hive defenses. Its missile had been preserved for an enemy concentration large enough to justify expenditure. There would never be a larger target than the bell. Can you hold the signal in place? He asked. The Watchmaster looked toward him with one human eye and one thing born of plague. For several minutes. How? By remaining near the source. A metallic groan passed through the chamber. Far beneath them, something began moving under the rubble. Engineer Sergeant 551-20 reached the manual coolant gate on one functioning arm. The access chamber was scarcely large enough to contain the wheel. Pipes crossed its walls in tangled layers. Their surfaces glowed red from reactor heat. Pressure gauges spun without pattern. Steam escaped through ruptured seals and cooked the flesh around the engineer sergeant's mask. His left arm hung behind him. The shoulder had become a nest of black tendrils. They entered his chest through the blast wounds and moved beneath his ribs. With every breath, he felt them tighten around his organs. He placed his right hand upon the control wheel. His fingers would not close. They had fused together. Skin had grown between them in thick webs. Fingernails had merged into a single black plate. 551-20 struck the hand against the wheel. The flesh split. He struck it again. Bones cracked. He drove the edge of the fused hand against an exposed valve until the fingers separated in strips of skin, blood, and broken joint. Confirm manual access, he whispered. He wrapped the ruined hand around the wheel. Release locking assembly. The mechanism resisted. He pulled. Muscles tore beneath his sleeve. Something inside his abdomen ruptured and poured warmth down his legs. Apply force until movement. The wheel turned one fraction. Steam screamed from the pipes. Maintain pressure. He pulled again. The black growth inside his chest spread across his heart. His vision dimmed. He recited the procedure louder. Primary coolant gate opening. The wheel completed its rotation. Somewhere inside the walls, locks disengaged. The gate opened. Superheated coolant entered the bell chamber. It came first as a white torrent through broken conduits. Then the pipes burst. Scalding vapor crossed the ruins and stripped flesh from exposed bodies. Corroded armor glowed beneath the heat. Poxwalkers trapped in the rubble boiled inside their greatcoats. The charnel bells screamed. Every face across its surface opened at once. 551-20 rested his helmet against the control wheel. Procedure complete. The growth reached his brain. His body remained upright because his fused hand had locked around the metal. Morgul Ven rose from beneath the shattered dais. The Lord of Virulence emerged slowly. Half his Terminator armor had been torn away. His left arm hung from the shoulder by cables, diseased muscle and strips of ancient flesh. The exposed side of his torso contained no recognizable organs, only swollen sacs and coils of black intestine crawling with flies. One leg ended in a ruined mass below the knee. He stood anyway. Steam rolled across his armor. Coolant struck his body and hissed into vapor. Maggots fell from him, cooked before reaching the ground. The remaining grenadiers opened fire. Hot-shot last beams struck exposed flesh. A melter gun burned through the remnants of his breastplate. Frag grenades burst beneath his feet. Ven advanced. He caught the first grenadier by the head and struck him against the wall. The helmet flattened. Brain matter sprayed through the lower grille. The second drove a bayonet into Ven's abdomen. The Chaos Lord closed one hand around the soldier's torso. Armor folded. Ribs snapped inward and emerged through the grenadier's back. Ven released the body in two halves. The last grenadier fired until his last pack emptied. Ven seized him by the leg and swung him against the bell dais. The man's spine broke. A second impact opened his skull. A third scattered what remained across the floor. The Lord of Virulence turned toward Voss. "You have labored enough," he said. His voice remained calm, almost kind. "Lay down the weapon. There is no shame in exhaustion." Voss aimed his bolt pistol from beneath the collapsed alcove. "You mistake duty for suffering. All duty is suffering given a uniform." Ven stepped closer. "You have killed your own men, burned your wounded, poisoned your world. You have performed every sacrament without knowing the name of the god who received it." The bell groaned behind him. "Come, Commissar, be absolved of the need to pretend." Voss fired. The bolt struck Ven's exposed chest and detonated among crawling organs. The Chaos Lord did not slow. Watchmaster 143-9 climbed from the rubble. "Target acquired," he said. Ven turned. The Watchmaster fired his laser gun. Red bolts struck the Lord of Virulence's ruined armor. They burned shallow holes through diseased flesh and vanished inside him. 143-9 advanced. He carried a melter charge in his mutated hand. Ven watched him approach. "Little vessel," the Chaos Lord said. "He has already marked you." "Confirmed." "You are becoming more than a number." "Negative." The Watchmaster armed the charge. Ven raised his remaining arm. 143-9 forced the melter pack against the Chaos Lord's damaged leg and detonated it. White fire opened beneath them. Ven's lower leg disappeared. Molten armor splashed across the floor. The blast threw the Watchmaster against the bell's broken dais and tore the laser gun from his hand. The Lord of Virulence fell to one knee. Then he rose again upon the stump. The Watchmaster crawled toward him. Ven seized him around the torso. Fingers closed beneath the arms and lifted the Krieg soldier from the ground. The Watchmaster's ribs broke beneath the pressure. Black blood flooded his mask. He did not resist. His mutated hand reached toward Ven's exposed armor. A targeting beacon rested inside his palm. He pressed it into the torn mass beneath the Chaos Lord's shoulder. Magnetic clamps engaged. The beacon began transmitting. Ven looked down. Understanding entered his surviving lens. The Watchmaster spoke through a grill full of blood. "Target fixed." Morgul Ven tightened his grip. The Watchmaster's torso collapsed. Bones burst through his greatcoat. The lower half of his body fell away, trailing organs and shredded webbing. 143-9 remained conscious long enough to hear the bell change tone. The carrier frequency centered upon the beacon. He looked toward Voss. Expenditure recorded. Ven tore him apart. Voss opened the Death Strike command channel. Static filled the receiver. He transmitted the authentication sequence with blood running into his mouth. This is Commissar Severin Voss, Karen Theater Authority. Final fire mission. Strategic target follows. The battery answered after several seconds. Identification confirmed. Provide coordinates. Voss read the targeting data from the beacon. Target is subterranean. Hive Volcaran ossuary core. Depth correction attached. Friendly forces within blast radius. Confirmed. Extraction status. No extraction required. The operator paused. Repeat. Voss watched Morgul Ven crush what remained of the Watchmaster beneath one arm. No friendly extraction required. Fire. Far beneath the Western Hive defenses, the last Death Strike launcher elevated. Its crew worked inside a bunker, already shaking beneath plague bombardment. Poxwalkers struck the outer gates. Plague Marines advanced through the defense line. The missile's machine spirit received the coordinates. Clamps released. Ignition filled the launch chamber with light. The Death Strike rose through the hive roof, trailing a column of flame. It entered the burning atmosphere, corrected its course, and turned back toward Volcaran. Morgul Ven heard it coming. Perhaps through auspex, perhaps through prophecy, perhaps through the final beat of a world's dying heart. He looked toward Voss. You will not save them. Voss smiled through bloody teeth. No. The missile descended. It struck the hive above the bell chamber. The warhead penetrated kilometer after kilometer of armor, ferrocrete, ossuary vaults, and demonic tissue before detonating. Volcaran opened from within. The bell chamber vanished. Morgul Ven, Severin Voss, the remaining assault force, and the accumulated dead of 10,000 generations became light. The blast traveled upward through the hive and outward through the planetary crust. Towers leapt from their foundations. Manufacturum districts folded into the expanding crater. The central hive collapsed in layers, each level crushing the one beneath, until billions of tons of burning ruin descended into the underworld. At the same instant, all 9 atmospheric cathedrals overloaded. The 3 inactive reactors awakened when the Death Strike pulse struck the charnel bell's carrier frequency. The morning crown ignited. Fire entered the sky. It traveled through the cloud layers in a widening ring, burning plague spores, flies and aircraft from the atmosphere. Storms of promethium and reactor plasma crossed continents. Exposed armies vanished beneath sheets of white flame. Poxwalker hordes became fields of blackened bone. Krieg formations died at their posts, rifles still raised toward an enemy they could no longer see. The oceans burned where plague oil covered their surfaces. The hives became furnaces. Every atmospheric processor screamed until its towers melted. Then the charnel bell stopped. The silence was greater than the sound had been. Without the resonance network, the 7th breath lost cohesion. Fungal growths continued killing those already infected, but the plague ceased awakening across new hosts. Dead formations collapsed where they stood. Poxwalkers wandered without direction or fell into the ash. The Death Guard offensive fractured. Plague Marines survived within scattered strongholds. Blight Lords endured beneath collapsed cathedrals. Demon engines crawled through firestorms with armor glowing red. Yet the grand contagion had failed. The Graven Harvest withdrew. Not in panic, not in shame. The Death Guard abandoned positions that no longer possessed strategic purpose. They carried samples, relics, and living captives toward the surviving plague landers. Rearguard warriors held burning corridors while their brothers embarked. Imperial Navy vessels destroyed every contaminated transport that attempted translation. One after another, troop ships became silent suns against the void. The surviving Death Guard warships entered the warp behind the storm that had brought them. Othris Secundus remained in Imperial hands. The Administratum recorded the campaign as a victory. The final audit required 6 years to compile. Almost the entire planetary population was listed as dead, missing, rendered, incinerated, or unavailable for productive reassignment. More than 1 billion Imperial military personnel and auxilia had been expended. The Morning Crown was destroyed. Hive Volcaran no longer existed. No manufactorum retained recoverable capacity. The atmosphere remained lethal, even by the standards of its previous condition. The world possessed no usable industry. It produced no tithe. It housed no population worth counting. Still, it had not fallen to the enemy. Months after the firestorms ended, troop transports descended through the ash. Their hulls bore the insignia of Krieg. Fresh regiments marched down embarkation ramps in ordered columns. They passed fields of fused corpses, melted tanks and trenches whose walls had become black glass. Quartermasters marked salvageable equipment. Engineers measured the ruins for new fortifications. The soldiers continued toward defense lines that protected no city, no factory, and no living population. At the edge of the Volcaran crater, a Munitorum clerk entered the final campaign notation. World retained. Losses within acceptable strategic limits. Othris Secundus had been saved. Nothing living remained to inherit it.